Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack AI wardrobe assistant in React Native using the Expo framework and the MongoDB as backend. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So let's initially, check out the demo part of the application. So over here towards my right is the initial screen that's being shown, that is your home screen, where we have a bunch of user stories at the top, and we have your week design, which is going to show the previous 3 days as well as the next 3 days, and if at all the user has added any kind of outfit, it is going to show up over here. Okay, and below that we have around 3 to 4 cards, and we can also check out the AI suggestions as well as the AI outfit maker as well. Both of them is going to work. And again, over here at the bottom we have a horizontal list of clothing items over here. Okay, so that's it. Now let's actually check out how exactly it's going to work once you want to create a outfit for that particular day. So I'm going to press on, let's say, Thursday, that's 7th of August. Press on that, and as you can see, as soon as you press on that, you come back to your add outfit screen, where there are a bunch of outfits for both male and female. You can identify with the help of the icon over here. Let's say I'm going to create a new outfit. I'm going to choose the shirt as well as, let's say, a pant over here, and then I'm going to press on next. So once you press on next, as you can see at the bottom part, these two outfits are visible. So once you press on next, you're going to go into your design room screen where you can design your outfit. So let's press on next over here, and boom, just like that, this is your design room screen. You can match your outfit just like that, and you can even add in your shoes as well. So at the top it is showing the correct date. So once you press on next, you're going to go into your new outfit screen, where this outfit can be saved for that particular day, even in the backend as well. Let's press on next over here, and just like that we come into your new outfit screen. You can add in your caption. You can also add it to the outfit of the day story as well. Well, this is not implemented, just for the UI part. Here, let's say I'm going to add caption. I'm just going to say outfit of the day, just like this. Okay, and once I press on save, automatically this would be saved to the backend part. There you go, this is currently saved. It's not visible because it is towards the rightmost part, and boom, just like that we're able to see that particular outfit being added for this particular day. So the next tab is your profile tab. It's pretty simple over here. As you can see, it is going to show us all of the clothes that are added over here to the application, and to your outfits it is going to show the outfits that I have created. So first outfit was created on 1st August, and the next outfit, that is today when I'm recording, it's created on 7th of August, that is Thursday. I mean, it's created for the 7th of August. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So the collections is pretty much empty, and here we're going to show the user profile. So this is my username, this is my account email, my followers, as well as following details over here. Now apart from this, let's actually check out the AI functionality. That is how exactly it's going to work. So once you come back over here, I'm going to choose the AI outfit maker. Okay, so based on whatever data we have in the backend, so let's say we have around 5 to 6 dresses for now, that is for testing purposes. So based on the query that the user gives, and if at all we do have that particular dress in the backend, we're going to basically make use of vector embeddings for this, and we're also going to do a smart search. And if at all the result is true, and if at all the score matches our minimum similarity, then in that case we're going to return that particular cloth and then show it as a suggestion to the user. So let's see how exactly this works. So we have a good design over here, and we're going to say select occasion, and here I'm going to choose the occasion as a date, and here I'm going to say give me a outfit for my date. Okay, so I'm just going to press on make outfits. It's going to search for it, and then it's going to give us the results that is from the backend. Let's say make outfits, and boom, just like that it has given 2 outfits. This is the first outfit, that is white flared pants, sandals, and then sunglasses. You can check out the dress, pant, as well as the other details in the suggested outfit. Okay, and the next one is your white linen shirt, dark jeans, as well as loafers. So basically whatever data is there in the backend, it is returning that. You can actually add in your original data and you can make it work. So let's give it one more try. So I'm going to say come back over here, outfit maker. I'm going to say this time let's say for a beach. Okay, so here I'm going to say give me a outfit for my beach day, something like this, and I'm going to say make outfits. And there you go, just like that we are getting the outfit. There is brown t-shirt, beige shorts, as well as sunglasses. So this is your beach outfit, and that is the suggested outfit for this. So that's how this is going to work. Okay, so that's pretty much it about your AI outfit maker. The next one is your AI suggestion. So let's check that out. So this is basically going to give you your suggestions based on whatever you ask the AI. Okay, so let's say I'm going to choose the first one, suggest a casual outfit for a coffee date. It is going to give you the links, the dresses to wear, and so on. Okay, I'm going to press on this and I'm going to say send. Alright, so I'm getting an API error. Probably my OpenAI key is revoked, so I'm just going to add in a new key and then I'm going to try this out again. Alright, so I've just created my new API key, so I'm just going to use that over here. So let's say AI suggestions, and then again suggest a casual outfit for a coffee date, and then send. So there you go, fetching suggestions, and it's done. Okay, so it says for a casual coffee date you'll want to look effortlessly stylish and comfortable. Here's a suggestion: the top, a cozy oversized sweater, a para-neutral color like beige or light gray. And this is the product suggestion from H&M. And this is your bottoms, that is slim fit jeans, and this is the product suggestion from your Levi's. Okay, so these are the links given provided over here. Let's say I'm going to choose something else. You can also enter the query as well. I'm just trying to search directly from the quick suggestions. I'm going to say summer dress ideas for a beach trip, and then send. So there you go, fetching suggestions, and just like that it is given us the result, that is boho chic maxi dress, as well as your, it is given the hat, white sun, as well as your white sundress. Okay, so yeah, that's how your AI fashion assistant is going to work like. So we're going to implement this much in this project. So if you find this interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started by building this project. So now the first step is to create a fresh new expo manage project. So let's go do that. So currently I've just opened up my VS Code, and I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my projects are present. So cd build, and here I'm going to execute npx create expo app at latest, the project name, in this case it's wardrobe assistant, and hyphen template expo template blank TypeScript. So I'm going to change the project name because I already have a project with this name. So I'm just going to say wardrobe app, something like this, and I'm going to hit on enter. Okay, so let's wait for the project to get initialized. So as you can see, it says creating an expo project using that particular template. Let's give it a couple of minutes, and then let's try to check out the project once it is completed. So there you go, it says your project is ready. So to run your project, we need to go into our project directory, and then we need to run npm run android for android, npm run ios for the ios part. So I'm going to press on file over here, and then new folder, open folder, go into your build folder, as well as the first app, that is wardrobe app. Okay, so this is the initial file structure towards the left hand side. That is once when we initialize a fresh new expo project with the TypeScript template. Okay, and this is the main initial app.js. So basically whatever is there inside of the return block, once when we open up the app or once when we run the app, this is going to be shown at the starting point. So over here I'm going to add in my module resolution, and I'm going to set it to be node over here, then save. So yeah, that error is gone. So now let's try to initially run the app. So for that I'm going to press on terminal, new terminal. Here to run the app I'm going to say npx expo start and press on enter. So this should load up the application onto your iOS simulator. So here as you can see, we have a bunch of options. So to open on Android, press on A. To open on your iOS simulator, press on I. And to open on the web, press on W. And if you really want to open it on your own physical device, install the Expo Go app from your Play Store or App Store. Open that app and then scan this QR code, and make sure both of your system, that is this laptop as well as your phone, is connected to the same network, so it would run properly fine. So in my case, iOS simulator, I'm just going to press on I, so it should load up the application. So essentially it should show this text at the center part of the screen. So there you go, it has opened up the application, and we are able to see the text which says open up app.tsx to start working on your app. So this step is done. So now let's try to first of all initialize and install NativeWind into the project. So we are gonna style the application using NativeWind. So let's head over to Chrome. I'm gonna search for NativeWind, and the first link, that is the official documentation. Let's press on. Okay, I'm not sure this is the one. Okay, so this seems to be a bit different. Let's search for NativeWind expo. Yeah, probably this one. Yeah, this is the one. So just head over to nativewind.docs/getting started and then installation. Here, since we're using expo project, let's try to install the dependencies dependencies required for this one. Copy that code and then come back over here, new terminal, paste it. So once that step is done, we need to set up the Tailwind CSS file. So initialize your tailwind.config.js and then add in all of those codes. This is added. So new file, tailwind.config.js. Copy that down and then add it over here. Okay. So apart from that, the next step is we need to create a CSS file and add the Tailwind directives, that is all of these. So for that, we need to create a global.css, initialize that file, and then just try to add these three values. The next step is we need to create the babel.config.js. So babel config.js, and then we need to include the NativeWind /babel within the presets. So initialize that code and then add it over here. Okay, this step is done. The next step is we need to initialize your method.config.js in the root of your project, and then add all of these configurations for the NativeWind. So I'm going to say new file, metro.config.js, initialize that, and then let's add in the configuration code. So save the file. So yeah, this step is done. So now the next step is we need to just import your CSS file to your main app.tsx. So that is going to happen over here. And I'm just going to change my code for the tailwind.config.js so that it is with respect to our particular code base. So let's go into that file that is over here, and then I'm just going to add in all of these files, that is app.tsx, the screens folder, because you're going to have that, your components, as well as your navigation. Save the file. Let's try to give this a try. So I'm just going to say class name over here. Okay, so it says React Native reanimated could not be found with the project. Okay, that's kind of weird. So let's try to check out the package.json. Okay, so it is actually there. Let's do one thing. Let's try to cut the server. Let's try to reopen it up once again. I'm going to say npx expo start. Let's see what exactly is the issue, because in the first step it should have worked. That is over here. As you can see, we do have reanimated over there. So let's try to press on I. Okay, so now the error is not coming, which is good. Just try to reload and restart your app, and as you can see, it stated that NativeWind made the following changes to your project and it created this particular file. So that is going to be this one. So let's try to add in the class name now. I'm going to say class name text red of 500, and boom, just like that, we're able to implement the NativeWind into our application. That's looking fine. So this step is done. So now let's try to initialize the navigation. That's going to look something like this. So we have basically two tabs and a plus button in the middle. That is just for the UI part, and we can start designing your home screen where we have around 3 to 4 UI elements or components. So let's head back to your React navigation docs. Let's try to set this up over here. I'm going to search for React navigation, and let's say the first link. Okay, this is now the docs, React Native. Let's search for this one. Yeah, probably the rocks have changed, so that's why I'm not able to remember the previous one. So let's install the native stack. So copy that down and come back over here. So I'm gonna say yarn add these two dependencies. The next step is, if you have an expo managed project, install these things. So npx expo install. Okay, so this is still running. Let's wait for this to complete. Let's try to add in these two packages. So once that is done, we also need to install the bottom tabs. So React native bottom tabs, the first link. Yeah, probably this was actually your documentation. Yeah, so it's fine. Let's go over here. These two steps have been completed. This is done. Yeah, so in Hello React Navigation, we need to install native stack. So let's check out if at all we have already installed that package.json. Yeah, so native stack has been installed. Even these two is installed. We need to install the React native bottom tabs. So come back over here. Yeah, this is the one. Copy down using yarn and then add it into your project right over here. Enter. Not sure why we are getting that error. Let's look into that one more time. Okay, it says unable to resolve module utilities, clamp from users, React native virtualized lists. Okay, not sure what exactly this is. I'm just gonna cut my server and then try to reload once, and let's see what exactly is the issue. Okay, so it says cannot find module TailwindCSS / package.json. Okay, let's do one thing. Let's try to initialize TailwindCSS. I'm gonna say yarn add TailwindCSS, enter. Okay, that got initialized. Yeah, so basically your Tailwind CSS version above 4 is not going to get supported within NativeWind. So I'm going to use this version. Make sure you add that. And yeah, I'm doing yarn so that it gets updated to use this particular version. So here I'm just going to say npx expo start. Hopefully it should start off now. I'm going to press on I. Okay, yeah, so as of now there are no issues, and we have also set up our navigation part. So let's try to create the folders. I'm going to say screens, navigation. Within that I'm going to say root navigator .tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. We also do need access to the tab navigator, so tab navigator .tsx rnfes, and then let's try to save. So let's start designing your tab navigator.tsx, where all of the tabs are going to come. Basically we have two tabs, home as well as the profile. So here I'm going to say const tab is going to be equals to create bottom tab navigator. So we can try to import it from the docs itself, just like this. Apart from that, let's try to return. We're going to return the tab.navigator over here. So I'm going to say tab.yourNavigator. So this in turn is going to have a couple of screens. That is your home screen .tsx rnfes to the Sujan code snippet, and then we are going to have your profile screen as well. So profile screen .tsx rnfes. Okay, so within the tab .navigator, we're going to have your first screen. That's going to be the tab.screen. So I'm going to say tab.screen, and over here I'm going to have the name that is going to be equals to home. Component is going to be equals to home screen. Import that from screens folder. Options is going to be equals to your tab bar icon, which in turn is going to take in your color as well as the size. And over here, let's try to render your iron icons. Just like this. So the name is going to be equals to home. your color is going to be equals to your color, as well as your size is going to be equals to size. Okay, so this part is done. Next step is let's try to initialize the add button that's going to be coming over here after the home. So let's format once and make sure to import your icons at the top over here, just like this. So we're gonna have the next screen, tab.screen. So copy that down, and over here we are gonna say add. Let's give a format once. Okay, so now the name is going to be add. Component is going to be just a view for now, because this is just for the UI part. So just try to import the view. Okay, and options is going to have the tab bar icon. Here we're going to take in basically nothing, and we're going to show essentially a view. This view in turn is going to have a text, which in turn is going to have your plus icon. Let's pass in the class name to this. So here we're going to say width of 12, height of 12, rounded to full, PG black, items of center, justify of center. Okay, apart from that, for the text, let's pass on the style. So I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of white, so text white, then text of 28 pixels. So I'm going to say 28 pixels, just like this. And I'm going to say leading is also going to be of 28 pixels. This part is done. Then we're going to have the tab bar button that's going to come over here. I'm going to say tab bar button. This essentially is going to take in the props. Okay, and here we're going to show a touchable opacity, import that from React Native, and yeah, it's going to be a self-enclosing tag, just like this. Take in all of the props, and we're going to say class name over here. That's going to be items center, then your justify of center. So justify center. This part is done. Finally, your profile tab, just copy this down one more time and add it over here. Okay, this essentially is going to say profile. Component is going to be equals to your profile screen. Okay, options again, tab bar icon. The name is going to be profile over here. So format once, and then let's try to save the file. So there are a bunch of options we need to provide it to your tab.navigator, that is as screen options. So I'm going to say screen options is going to be equals to header shown. So header shown is going to be equals to false. Then tab bar show label is going to be equals to false. Tab bar active tint color is going to be equals to this color code, and we're going to have tab bar inactive tint color as well. So tab bar inactive tint color, it's going to be this color code, that is D3 D3 D3. So just like this, add in the color code. Apart from that, we're going to have your tab bar style. So tab bar style, this essentially is going to have a BG color. So background color is going to be FFF. Height is going to be 70. Okay, then border top width of 0, elevation of 0. Okay, that's essentially your tab navigator code. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save. So now let's try to render this particular tab navigator within your app.tsx. And once when we have both the screens initialized, that is sign up screen, sign in screen, we're going to implement the root navigator, or we can actually do it right now itself. Okay, or yeah, we can do it now itself. Let's try to initialize the stack over here, and we can directly render the root navigator instead of the tab navigator. So here I'm going to say const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator. Import that. Here I'm gonna have in a bunch of stack.screens. I'm gonna say stack.navigator. Within that, stack.screen. Essentially we're going to show the tabs over here. So name is going to be tabs and your component is going to be equals to tab navigator. So I'm going to say tab navigator. Let's format once. So for now it's just going to be this much. Once we have all of the other screens, that is add outfit design room, we're gonna keep on adding over here. Let's try to save the file. Let's come back to your app.tsx. Let's initialize your navigation container and let's try to start implementing this. So I'm going to say navigation container, import that from navigation native with the correct package. Within that, try to add in your root navigator from the navigation folder. Let's try to format once, save the file. Okay, so it says error, couldn't find a component, get component. So probably some screen is kind of errored out. I'm not sure why that's coming. Yeah, let's try to restart once. Probably this should come again, I hope so. Let's see what exactly is the issue. Let's press on I to open it up on the simulator. Yeah, so it says couldn't find a component, get component or children prop for the screen tabs. Okay, so within your root navigator, it says it couldn't find the component tab navigator. Not sure why that is happening because we have exported that over here. Okay, but if we show directly the tab navigator, I don't think any issue should come. So let's give that a try. Okay, so this is working, as you can see. So some issue with the profile icon. I think this should be person. Yeah, that's working fine. So this one as well as this one. Yeah, this is working fine, but the issue is related to the tab navigator. Let's try to export it directly. Probably that should work. So here, yeah, I think it's because of the default export. Remove that. I'm going to say export const. Save. Let's come back to app.tsx and then let's try to render your root navigator over here. Yeah, I think my bad, it needs to be imported in the correct way. So come back over here. Since we've exported that way, again export it. Again import it over here. Yeah, now it should go. Save. Okay, so this is actually the right way because according to our export we have changed. It should open up. All right, so still it's coming even though we have changed the export part. That is, we actually changed it to export const instead of export default. So we had to import it through the braces. That is in this way. Okay, I got to know the issue. Spelling mistake. Component spelling is wrong. Save. And there you go. Just like that, it's working fine. So we're able to see both of the things being shown. Okay. So we just need to close the headers. So I'm going to say screen options. I'm going to say header shown. It's going to be false. Okay, that's it. This part is done. Let's try to start designing your home screen.tsx. That's essentially going to look something like this. Okay, so here within the home screen, I'm going to have some states being initialized at the starting point. Okay, so at the top initially, I'm going to have my width and height. I'm going to say const width comma height is going to be equals to dimensions dot get of your window. Right, this step is done. So I'm gonna have in my features data as well as the popular items as well as the initial stories that we're going to show in the home screen. So I'm going to just have it pasted over here at the top, or yeah, right above this one itself. So I'll be sending all of this data in the description below in the form of a drive link. You can take a look at it. So let's format once. Okay, so essentially we're going to have a features array, okay, that is going to have an array of objects containing the title, your screen name, as well as the image. So this is corresponding to all of these 4 features or all of these 4 cards. The next thing is your popular items that we're going to show at the bottommost part. And the next thing we have is your initial stories, that is again some data to render your stories part. So let's start designing this. At the top over here, let's initialize some state initially. So I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. I'm going to say const saved outfits comma set saved outfits is going to be equals to use state initially an empty array over here. Okay, apart from that, we're going to have your stories. So I'm going to say const stories comma set stories is going to be equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to your initial stories that is there at the top for the data. Next we're going to have for the show story, I'm going to say const show story comma set show story is going to be equals to a use state initially false. Apart from that, I'm going to say const current story comma set current story is going to be equals to use state, and it's going to have some username that's going to be of type string, then avatar of type string over here, furthermore your duration. So essentially, as you saw in the demo part, once you press on any story, it is gonna stay for 5 or 10 seconds and automatically it is gonna go off. So for that, we're gonna initialize all of these states. So number over here. All right, or it is essentially gonna be null. Let's format once. So this is not in caps. Okay. So let's remove the array over here, the parenthesis. Okay, so as of now, there is no skirt1.png. So I'm just gonna remove that or comment it out for now. When I get the hard-coded images later, we're gonna make that work. This part is done. So now the next step is let's start designing your return block over here. Let's have in your safe area view being initialized. So safe area view. This in turn is going to have some styling, that is flex of 1 and a bg of white. So flex 1 and then bg of white. So bg is going to be white. Okay, so within the safe area view, we're going to have your scroll view because this screen is scrollable. So scroll view just like this. Within a scroll view, we're going to have a view, which in turn is going to have a class name. Which in turn is going to have a text which says fits. Okay, that is for the top portion of the design. Apart from that, we're going to have one more view below the text for the rightmost design. I'm going to say touchable opacity, import that from React Native, having a text. This is going to say upgrade. And here we're going to have your icons. Let me get it from the other screen. And paste it over here. Okay, so here your color is going to be equals to black, size is going to be equals to 24, name is going to be equals to notifications outline. So notifications outline. So let's try to add this one more time. That's for the next one, that is going to be search. I'm going to say search outline over here. So search outline, color is going to be black, size is going to be equal to 24. Format once and then save. As you can see, we are able to see all of these design on the screen, which is good. Let's start styling out your class name. So for this, I'm going to give it a flex of 1 and then a bg of white. For the view, I'm going to say class name, flex row, items of center, justify of between, so justify between, some padding x of 4, padding top of 4 as well. So for this particular text, I'm going to say class name. This is going to have a text of 3XL, slightly larger text, and then font of bold. Okay, as you can see, that is looking nice. Furthermore, for this inner view, again, we're going to have a flex of row because it needs to come in a row fashion. So flex row. Then I'm going to say items of center, then space x of 3. Let's give a gap instead of that, gap of 3. Yeah, that's looking good. So for your touchable opacity, it's going to have a bg of black. So bg black, then padding x of 4, padding y of 1, rounded full. Let's make this white color. So class name over here. For upgrade, I'm going to say text white. Okay. Then font of semi bold, text of SM. As you can see, that's looking pretty clean. This part is done and there is no styling for your touchable opacity. Next, let's try to render your stories part. Right below this view, I'm going to have my another scroll view. You directly map over your stories. I'm going to say stories dot apply the map functionality for every story as well as your index. Here, let's try to return a pressable. Within the pressable, I'm going to have my view. This view in turn is going to have the image, having a source over here, which in turn is going to have a URI. Import image from React Native as such from here, and URI is going to be equals to your story dot avatar. Let's pass on class name over here so that we could see it on the screen. So width of 16, height of 16, rounded or full to make it look exactly circular. Save. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see anything onto the screen. Probably let's provide in the styling to the topmost view. Okay, so the next step is over here, key is going to be equals to idx. Class name for this to provide some internal spacing or some spacing within the children. So margin right of 4 as well as items of center. Okay, for the scroll view, it's going to be horizontal. So add in horizontal over here, then show horizontal scroll indicator, set edge to be false. Okay, and class name is going to be equals to margin top of 4, padding left of 4. So MT4 as well as padding left of 4. Let's format once and then let's save. Let's reload once. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see anything. Okay, probably it's going to be initial stories, that's the reason. So change that. Initial stories. Okay, so anyhow we have set it to be of initial stories itself, but not sure it should work because to your state we have set the initial story. So let's try to log it once. Console.log data and then your stories. So there you go, we do have all of these details, but let's check out the image if at all it's actually loading. Yeah, we do have some random images added over there, but yeah, not exactly sure why we're not able to see that onto the screen. Okay, so my bad, the spelling of source is wrong, that's the reason it's not coming. Okay, that's pretty bad. So source, save, and there you go, we're able to see all of the images on the screen, which is fine. The next step is we need to start showing the name over here, that's the username. So text over here. Here I'm going to say story.username. So story.username, save. As you can see, you're able to see all of those details onto the screen. So furthermore, for the view, we're going to have the styling being shown. So we're going to have it in the form of a backticks. So I'm just going to add in the class name for that over here. So the conditional styling over here is if at all story dot viewed, it's going to have this color code, else it's going to have this color code. So save. Okay, that is done. So now the next step is, let's start styling out your text over here. I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of white, text of XS, and then margin top of 1. Save. Let's remove the hey over here. And we're also going to have your outfit, that's the user's one. So we need to check if at all story dot is on just below this one. And user stories. Yeah, so as of now there is no user stories data. So let's try to just check this condition, and I'm going to say and show a view. Within this view, we're going to have a text which is going to say class name, the plus icon. This is going to say text of white, text of XS. Let's pass on the class name for this. So class name over here, it's going to have absolute positioning, bottom of 0, right of 0 as well. Okay, then BG is going to be black, rounded full, width of 5, height of 5, item center as well as justify center as well. Let's format. As you can see, for the first one, it is saying your outfit of the day, and we're able to see that plus icon being shown, right? So this step is done. So essentially this part is done. So we can also try to implement the handle story press, or we could do it at the later part. So next step is, let's try to render the your week design. That's going to come right below this particular view, scroll view. I'm going to say view over here. This in turn is going to have a text, which in turn is going to say your week. We're going to have one more text over here which says planner. Let's pass on the class name over here. I'm going to say class name, flex of row, items of center, justify of between, then margin top of 6, as well as padding x of 4. So for this particular one, let's add in the class name. That's going to be text of LG, font of semi bold. Okay, that part is done. Class name, text gray of 500. Yeah, that's looking fine. We can start showing the dates over here. So initially we could have in the hard coded dates, and once when we implement the backend part, we're going to make it look dynamic, right? So let's initialize a function known as generate dates, and for that we're going to implement it using the moment package. So come back to your terminal. Here I'm going to say yarn add moment, enter. Here I'm going to say const date is going to be equals to generate dates. Let's remove the log. I'm going to say const generate dates is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here let's try to access today. That's going to be equals to moment. Import that from moment. I'm going to say dot start of day. Okay, here I'm going to say const dates is going to be equals to an empty array. I'm going to say for let I equals to -3, because we need to show the previous 3 dates as well as the next 3 dates. So we're going to run loop for basically, let's say 6 times. I'm going to say I is less than or equals to 3, and then I plus plus. Here I'm going to say dates dot apply the push method, and we're going to pass in 2 details, label. here it's going to be equals to today dot apply the clone dot add. We're going to add based on the I with respect to days, so add in the days, and I'm going to say dot format it into this particular value. Okay, then your outfit, here I'm going to say I is going to be equals to 1. Save. Let's add in a comma over here, not a semicolon. Yeah, so with the help of these dates, you can actually try to log the dates. So console.log dates and then dates. Okay, so dates is undefined. Yeah, we need to return the dates. That's the reason it's not working. So return dates, save, and boom, just like that, we have all of the dates present over here. Okay, so currently output is false. By default, we have made it false because of this condition. Okay, and with the help of the label, we can start styling out all of these designs for now. So let's get started with designing that right below the view over here. So right below your view over here, I'm going to have in my scroll view. So this is for the dates part. So just try to access the dates and I'm going to map over it. So for every date as well as the ID X, here let's try to initialize the today. I'm going to say const today is going to be equals to moment dot format of DDD, then DO as well as month. Okay, then let's try to initialize the output as well. So this is going to come in. So this is going to come in use once when we implement the backend part, but still we're going to implement it right now. So I'm going to say saved outfits of your day dot label. Okay, or your day dot label is going to be equals to today, and your saved outputs of today. If this is true, then it's going to be equals to saved outputs of today, because in the screenshot we're going to show whatever outfits they've added for that particular day. Else I'm just going to say null over here. Let's format, and apart from that, let's try to return something over here. I'm going to say return. Okay, here we are going to try to return a view, and this view in turn is going to have a pressable. Within the pressable, we are going to show if at all the output is not present, which is true in this case, and let's try to render a view. Within this, we're going to have a text with the plus. Essentially, we're going to show that plus button if at all the output is not present. So class name for this, it's going to have a width of 24, height of let's say 40, rounded XL, item center, justify center as well, overflow hidden. Apart from that, shadow is going to be medium. So shadow medium, save. Day doesn't exist. Okay, so this should be, I guess, date, or we can name this as day. And there you go, we're able to see all of the plus icons coming. So here let's start to style the text out, or there is actually one more style over here. Let's make use of backtext for conditional styling. Here add in just like this, right? Here make use of backtext now, and after your shadow medium, we're going to have a condition stating that if your outfit is present, then it's going to be bg of white, else it's going to be bg gray of 50. So bg gray 50, and boom, just like that, we're able to see all of the gray colored background. Okay, so for the view, let's pass on the class name, margin right of 3. So all of this needs to come into a horizontal fashion. So here I'm going to say horizontal, show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Okay, that's looking good. And for your pressable, yeah, we need to give the style. So class name over here. Okay, my bad. I think I gave it to the wrong class name. So let's add this one over here. anything. Yeah, I don't think any change should happen. It should be essentially the same. Yeah, as you can see, that's working fine. So for the view, we're going to have the class name for this one. So class name, this is going to have width of full, height of full as well. So height full. It's going to have a flex box and then items of center, justify of center as well. All right, for the plus icon, we're going to say text of 4XL or 3XL, text gray of 400. Okay, so save. As you can see, that's looking pretty clean. This part is done. Let's try to format once. And for your scroll view, let's pass on the class name over here. I'm going to say class name. This is going to have empty of 4 and then padding left of 4. Just like that. It's looking good. So yeah, this part is essentially done. After all, we do have the outfit. Let's write the code for that as well. Let's minimize this a bit. So below this condition, I'm going to say if my outfit is present and let's try to render a view. Within that, we're actually gonna map over all of the things. So let's write this at the later point of the video. That is, once when we implement the backend and once everything is saved, we're gonna come back and write it so it becomes dynamic once the outfit is present. So essentially this step is done. Let's move on to the next part where we're going to show the features. This array is already defined. You can make use of this array and then let's try to render this design. So right below your scroll view over here, I'm going to have in my view. Within this, I'm going to say features dot map for every feature over here. Let's try to render a pressable. Okay. Within that, we're going to have your view being shown. Within this, we're going to have a text. And within this text, we're going to show the feature or title. So feature dot title. And here we're going to have one more text. You're going to check the condition stating that if my IDX is equals to 0, then we're going to say try outfits virtually. So try outfits virtually. Else, if your IDX is going to be equals to 1, question mark, here I'm going to say AI creates new looks. Else, if your IDX is going to be equals to number 2, in this case, I'm going to say question mark instant try on. Else, the final condition is going to be find the best colors. Format below this, we're going to have your image. As you can see over here, that's going to be slightly tilted. I'm going to say image over here. Image, this in turn is going to take in source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. It's going to be equals to feature.image. Okay, let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have width of 20, height of 20, absolute positioning, bottom of let's say -3, just like this, right of -1, rounded is going to be LG. Save, and boom, just like that, we're able to see all of the images being shown. You can add in basically your own images. So basically whatever is there over here, I've just added it over here. Okay, this part is done. Let's try to give this style over here. I'm going to say style. It's going to take in the transform value. I'm going to say rotate to be of 12 degree. So write it like this, and I'm going to pass in the opacity over here. Of 0.9. Save. As you can see, just like that, it turned towards the 12 degree angle, which is looking good. So let's start styling out your pressable over here. So initially, class name. This in turn is going to have width of let's say 48%, just like this, and height of let's say 36. Okay, margin bottom of 4, rounded of let's say 2XL. Then I'm going to say shadow of medium, overflow is going to be hidden. Reload. And there you go. It's looking fine, not that good. Let's give the style for the view. It's going to look better. So initially over here, let's pass on the key. For the class name, it's going to have flex of row, then flex of wrap, and justify of between, and padding x of 4, as well as margin top of 6. So since we've given flex of wrap, once it completes the position in the first row, it takes up the space in the second row. So essentially we should have 2 in each of them. Okay, that's looking good. So for the pressable, we're also going to give the style over here. So let's pass on the style. Background color, I'm just going to enter in all of my styles over here. That is for your background color. You can just copy down the color code. Let's format once and then let's try to save. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. So let's give some internal spacing over here. So class name for the inner view, padding of 3. Okay, for the first text, I'm going to say class name over here, font of bold, text of 16 pixels. Okay, then apart from that, we're going to have text gray of 800. And there you go, that's looking good. For this particular text, let's pass on the style. So class name, text of extra small, text gray of let's say 500, and then a margin top of 1. And just like that, it's looking pretty clean. So some issue with the images, it should come towards the rightmost part. Yeah, so probably we need to add in the image right below the view so that it comes into the right position. So copy that down and then paste it over here. Save. There you go. Just like that, it's looking pretty clean. So it's essentially looking just like the screenshot over here. Okay. So the next step is to design the popular item. So here you can actually get in your own data and then try to show it over here. Currently, I do not have the data. You can actually get it from pixels and then you can try to add it over here. So let's try to have in a view. This in turn is going to say a text which says popular this week. Here we're going to have one more text which is going to say more. Save. Let's pass on the class name for this. Here I'm going to say flex of row, items of center, justify of between, margin top of 6, as well as a padding x of 4. For this, let's initialize the class name, text of LG, font of semi bold. Okay, save. That's looking clean. So here initialize your class name. It's going to have a text gray of 500. I'm just going to write in the design for this one, the final part, and I'm also going to get in my images after this design. Okay, I'll be sending whatever I use in the description. You can take a look at it. Here I'm going to say popular items. Let's try to initialize it over here, just the data. I'm going to say const popular items is going to be equals to something like this, array of strings. Initially it's going to have the ID, let's say 1, then your image, item name, username. Okay, for now just that data. Let's try to use that over here. I'm going to say dot map. So for every item comma index or idx, here I'm going to render a view. Within this view, I'm going to have my image being shown. So source is going to be equals to your item dot image. Okay, so let's pass in the class name for this. It's essentially going to have width of 36 and then a height of let's say 44 and rounded of LG. Okay, this is going to take in the URI. Format. So below your image, we're going to have one more view. This in turn is going to have the image of your user. So I'm going to say source over here. This in turn is going to take in URI. It's going to be equal to your item dot profile. Let's just add in the question mark over here. Save. Class name for this, width of 6, height of 6, as well as rounded of full. So this is basically the profile of the user, and then margin right of 2. Below this, we're going to have the username. So add in a text for that. It's going to be equals to item dot your username. Class name for this, essentially text of XS, and then font of medium. So font medium. Let's pass on the class name over here. So it's going to have a class name. So this is basically going to have your flex of row. Okay, and we're going to give it items of center. Apart from that, a margin top of 2. And below the view, we're going to have a text which is going to show the item dot your item name, that is what type of dress it is. Okay, here I'm going to have in my class name text of XS, text of gray, as well as text gray of 500, and then a margin top of 1. For your scroll view, we need to make it again horizontal. So pass in horizontal, show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. And yeah, apart from that, some class name, pretty much same thing what we gave previously, empty 4, and your padding left of 4. Let's try to format once. For the view, we need to give it some design. So class name and key is going to be equals to idx. Here for the class name, I'm going to say width of 36 as well as margin right of 4. So yeah, that's pretty much it about your final part of the design of your home screen. I'm just going to get in all of the URIs and then I'm going to paste it over here right after this. So I'll be also sharing all of these details in the description. You can take a look at it. So after this step, let's move on to the next part. That is, let's try to initialize basically the backend part, and let's try to implement the add design screen, and let's also try to implement the endpoint for that as well. That is, once if the user presses on the plus button, we need to navigate to the add outfit screen where we're going to show a bunch of outfits that we have. You can basically choose the outfit and then they can try to save the outfit for that particular day. Okay, that's what we're going to implement it. So let's try to look into that. I think probably I missed out on something while rendering the dates part. I just got to know about it now. That is to show your date part that is not yet being shown. So for your dates, right below your pressable, add in the label over here, just like that, and it's looking fine. Okay, this step is done. So I'm going to get in the data for the popular items, and let's start to initialize a fresh new project in the backend, and let's try to connect the project to the front end part. So I've just added all of the required data over here as I told. So it is going to be these data itself. So I'll be sending all of this in the description. You can take a look at it, and the design is already done. So automatically it should work properly fine. Okay. So yeah, this step is done. We have completed designing the entire home screen. So now the next step is we're going to initialize a new MongoDB project, connect that to the front end part. And once when the user presses on any kind of plus button over here to add outfit to that particular day, we need to navigate to the add outfit screen and then we need to style that out. That's going to look something like this. Yeah, this is your AI outfit. Yeah, this is gonna be your add outfit screen. So they can choose their outfits and then they can go to the design room as well. So let's start implementing that. So initially come back to Chrome. I'm gonna search for MongoDB, and then the first link, let's press on sign in. Log in with Google. Once you sign in, it should take you to the landing page or the welcome page. That's gonna look something like this. And over here towards the top left corner, it's gonna choose the latest project you have worked on. So I'm going to press on the drop down. Let's create a new project. Scroll down. I'm going to press on new project over here, and here you can give an app name. So let's say wardrobe app, something like this, and I'm going to press on next over here. And as you can see, I myself am the project owner, so I'm going to leave this as default and then press on create project over here. So yeah, as you can see, our project is created and it is selected over here. Now we need to create a cluster for this. I'm going to press on create button over here and make sure you choose the free version of the backend over here or the cluster, and try to press on create a deployment. Okay, here we need to create the username to access the backend. So I'm going to have in my username and password and press on create database user and then choose the connection method. I'm going to choose the third option or the fourth option, MongoDB for VS Code. So once this is provisioned, you should be getting the link. So by the time that happens, let's create our API folder and let's initialize some dependencies that we're going to use over here. Okay, so I'm going to press on any root file and then new folder API. Let's come back to the API folder. I'm going to say cd API npm init. So for description, I'm going to give backend, and for the remaining ones, just press on enter. So you should be able to see the package.json file being created over here. Okay, this is done. Let's try to install few dependencies that we're going to use over here. I'm going to say yarn add Axios, Cors, Express, JSON, Web Token, Mongoose, NodeMon, as well as Cloudinary. Okay, I don't think we're using Cloudinary because we already have hosted few images on Cloudinary. Then bcrypt.js. I think Axios spelling is wrong. Let's make that right. So yeah, next one is going to be your bcrypt.js. Then we're going to also use your compute cosine similarity. Then JSON Web Token is added. The final one is going to be Hugging Face interface. Hugging Face inference. Let's try to add that over here and then let's press on enter. So all of these dependencies should be installed within your dependencies object. So let's wait for that to happen. Okay, and there you go. So all of these have been installed. Let's initialize the start script over here. I'm going to say start. It's going to say node mon index.js. Save. This part is done. Let's try to create an index.js file over here at the root level, index.js, and let's try to initialize. Not a folder, it should be a file. So index.js. Okay, so yeah, as you can see, we should have got the link over here. Yeah, that's a connection link. Let's come back over here. Let's write some initial code to import the required things. So initially I'm going to say import express from your express. Next one mongoose. I'm going to say import mongoose from mongoose. Import cors from cors. Furthermore, we're going to import JWT. I'm going to say import JWT from your JSON Web Token. We're going to use that, as well as your H inference. I'm going to say import H inference from at hugging inference. So yeah, let's try to save the file. Let's try to initialize the app, create an instance of it. I'm going to say const app is going to be equals to express, and let's try to initialize the port. I'm going to say const port is going to be equals to 3000, right? Then having your JWT secret, so const JWT secret is going to be equals to, you can add in a bunch of characters required for this. Okay, and here I'm going to say app.use of course, and here I'm going to say app.use express.json. Yeah, so this step is done. So now next step is let's try to connect to the backend part. So for that I'm going to make use of mongoose dot apply the connect method. This in turn is going to take in your URI over here. So to get the URI, come back over here, copy down this connection URL, and we're going to paste it over here. Once that is done, apply the dot then method, and over here I'm going to say console.log connected to MongoDB. Okay, we can also try to catch the error. I'm going to say dot catch if there is any error. and here we're going to say console.log error connecting to MongoDB with that particular error. Let's try to format once over here and let's try to save. Finally, let's try to listen on the port that we have chosen. That's going to be 3000 in this case. So here I'm going to say app.listen of the port, and over here I'm gonna say console.log server running on port. Okay, and yeah, let's try to basically format once over here. So save. Okay, so now let's try to run the backend. So hopefully if everything has worked out correctly, we should be seeing connected to MongoDB as well as server running on port for that particular port, in our case 3000. Okay, let's try to say yarn start over here. Okay, so we do have an issue with this one. The requested module hugging face inference does not provide an export named H inference. Probably the spelling is wrong, if I think. Yeah, my bad. It is HF inference. Let's change that. Yeah, so that's the correct value, HF inference from at hugging face inference. Yeah, this is working fine. Okay, so this step is done. So now the next step is let's start designing the screen that is going to be your add output screen. That's going to look something like this. Okay, so let's come back to your home screen over here. That is this one. So where we have the mapping, let's press or let's create an on press event that is directly on your pressable over here. On press, take in a function. Here I don't think the screen has been created. Let's try to create that. I'm going to say add output screen dot tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. So now let's try to have in this particular screen within your tab navigator, I mean the root navigator. Copy this down, and over here I'm going to say add outfit. So add outfit and component is going to be equals to add outfit screen. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so yeah, within the home screen, let's come back over here. We're just going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen. That's going to be add outfit, and here we're going to pass in two things, that is the date itself. That's going to be equals to your day.label. So I'm going to say day.label, furthermore your saved outfits. Okay, let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. Let's give this a try. I'm going to press on, let's say 31st of July, and there you go, we are coming correctly to the add outfit screen. So let's start designing your add outfit screen. That's going to look something like this. So essentially we're going to have a bunch of data for both boys and girls, and based on whatever they choose, so they can accordingly design that in their design room screen. So yeah, let's try to get in some details over here. Initially I'm going to initialize my route. It's going to be equals to use route, import that from React navigation. Here get in two things, date as well as saved outfits equals to root dot params. Okay, let's initialize the navigation as well. So const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation, just like this. And let's try to initialize your clothes. Okay, so for that I'm going to create a new folder, and I have already hosted few images on Cloudinary. If you want to add in more images, you can do that. I'll be sending all of the images I use in this project in the description, so you can take a look at it. So press on app.tsx, new folder, I'm going to say images. Within this I'm going to create a index.js file. So within this file, I'm going to add in all of my images over here. Okay, so I'll be sending all of these images in the description in the form of a drive link. You can take a look at it and then you can use these images. So let's try to save the file. Let's come back to your add outfit screen. Here, let's try to initialize your popular clothes. I'm going to say popular clothes is going to be equals to an object, an array. Just using all of the required details, import pants, then m pants, then we have shoes, import all of these from the images folder. Okay, apart from shoes, we have tops, import that, and the next thing is going to be m shirts. I'm going to say m shirts. The next thing is going to be skirts, so I'm going to say skirts over here. Yeah, so over here I'm going to say dot map for every item and then the index. So item and then index. Over here I'm going to get in the item, so spread that value, and we're going to reassign the id sequentially. So for that, I'm just going to say id is going to be equals to idx plus 1. That's it. Here, try to filter. I'm going to say item is going to be equals to item.image. So here, whichever image, or basically whichever item doesn't contain the image, so we're gonna filter that out so we do not get any kind of issue while rendering. So that's the reason we have added the filter over here. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So with the help of this information, let's try to style the screen. So let's get in our safe area view over here, import that from let's say React Native, save. Let's pass on the class name for this, initially a flex of 1 and then a bg of white. So over here, let's initialize a view. So we basically have some icons as well as heading. Let's try to design that. This view in turn is going to have a touchable opacity. Within that, we're going to have your iron icons. Name is going to be chevron back. Okay, and your size is going to be equals to 28. Color is going to be equals to black. Apart from that, we're going to have two pieces of text over here. First of all, let's import that iron icons. So the first text is basically going to say add outfit, and the second text is going to show the date. So I'm going to say add outfit. Let's have in one more text over here. This is going to show the date. Save, and there you go. It's showing the correct details. Let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have flex of row, items of center, justify of between, padding x of 4. Okay, that's looking fine. For the touchable opacity, I'm going to say not class name, on press, just say navigation dot go back. And for your text, let's pass on the class name. It's going to have a large font size, so text LG, font semi bold. For this class name, text gray of 500. As you can see, that's looking clean. This part is done. So now let's design the next portion of the part that's going to come right below your view. So within this, have in your touchable opacity. Within that, we're going to have your iron icons. This is essentially going to have your camera outline icon. So I'm going to say camera outline. Okay, yeah, size is going to be 22 and color is going to be black. And here we're going to have in a text which says selfie. Format, and then let's try to save. Okay, that we're able to see it onto the screen. Let's try to have in a couple of times. Here it's going to be suggestions. That's the next one. So suggestions. Apart from that, we're going to have your saved outfits over here. So saved outfits. Save. That's looking good. So initialize your class name. Essentially everything should come into a row fashion. So flex of row, and then justify of around, empty of 4, padding x of 4. As you can see, that's looking okay. So for each of the touchable opacity, we're gonna have a bg gray given of 100. Then let's say a width of 30%. So I'm gonna say 30%. So each of the children take up equal space among all of the 3 present over here. And then some padding y of 3, rounded lg. So I'm gonna say rounded lg items of center. Okay, let's try to initialize that, and let's try to add it over here. So save. Okay, that's looking fine. So for each of the text, let's pass on the styling over here. We're going to give it a font of medium. So I'm going to say class name, font medium, margin top of 1. Let's pass it down to each of the texts and then save. So as you can see, that's looking good. So now let's try to change the icons. Second one is going to be equals to your camera outline. The second one is going to be something different, that is your sparkles outline, not camera. Save. That's looking fine. The next thing is going to be your shirt outline over here. So I'm going to say shirt outline. So save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So this step is done. So now let's try to initialize your scroll view, and we are going to design all of these clothes over here. So right below your view, I'm going to have in my scroll view. Within this scroll view, we're going to have a text being initialized, which is going to say, popular clothes. So below that, we're going to have a view. Here we're going to map over the popular clothes that we have designed it at the top screen, or basically this one. That's what I meant. So popular clothes dot map for every item. Over here, I'm going to show a touchable opacity. Okay, so here we're going to show the image initially. Import image from React Native. This in turn is going to take in your source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. That's going to be equals to item.image. Let's pass on the class name for this. Essentially a width of full, height of 32, and then rounded of medium. Format. Let's try to save the file, and boom, there you go. We have all of the clothes coming onto the screen. We just need to style it accordingly so that it looks like this, right? So apart from image, we're going to actually show the user to just say whether that particular cloth is a female cloth or it is a male cloth. It would be easy to identify for the shirts and all, but for the pant, just to signify that, we're going to show that kind of icon. Okay, so right below your image, we're going to have a view being shown. Within that, we're going to have a text. Here I'm going to check if my item dot gender is equals to male. Then we're going to have this particular icon. Else, okay, else if your item dot gender is going to be equals to F, that's female, it's going to be this icon. Else it is just going to be a dot icon. I'm just going to get in the icon over here, so you can essentially try to add something like this. Okay, let's try to format once. Let's try to save the file, and there you go. We're able to see all of the things being shown, and even the plus button, even the empty circle button, that is to choose the file. Okay, this part is done. So let's also include a array that is in form of a state to check which particular clothes are actually pressed on. So here I'm going to say const selected comma set selected is going to be equals to use state. This in turn is going to be of type number. Let's try to import use state from React. I think it's already imported. Yeah, so we didn't close the arrow properly. Save. Yeah, so this step is done. So now let's actually try to initialize a view that is right below your this view. I'm going to say view over here. So here I'm going to say if my selected dot includes of your item.id and here I'm going to render my iron icons. Okay, so the name is going to be equals to check mark, size is going to be equals to 16, color is going to be equals to white. So let's try to save. So now let's try to finish designing this off so that it looks better. So for your touchable opacity, let's pass in the class name. It's going to have a width of 1/3. So we have all of the 3 children in each row taking up equal width. So width of 1/3, padding of 1, and position of relative. Save. And for your scroll view, let's pass on flex of 1. So class name over here, flex 1, empty of 4. And for your text, which says popular clothes, text of LG, your font of semi bold, padding X of 4, and then a margin top of 4. That's looking cool. So for your view, I'm going to give it a flex of row. So flex of row, then flex wrap of wrap, so that once the space completes in the first row, come back to the second row and then take up the remaining space. So that's the reason flex of wrap. Then your px of 4, some internal spacing, margin top of 2, and then margin bottom of 20. So save, and boom, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. Okay, that part is done. So for the view which contains your circle, I'm going to say class name, initially absolute positioning, and then top of 2, right of 2, width of 6, height of 6, rounded is going to be full, a slight border of 2, and then item center, justify center as well. And boom, just like that, is looking pretty clean. Okay, so this part is done. Let's try to save the file. So yeah, apart from this, let's try to initialize the design for this. So class name, this is essentially going to have a conditional styling. So initially again absolute, we're going to say top of 2, left of 2, because this should come towards the leftmost part. Okay, so top 2, left 2, again width of 6, and then a height of 6, rounded is going to be full, and then border of 2. Okay, and let's try to add in the dollar over here. Here I'm going to say if my selected dot includes of your item.id, if that's true, then it's going to be equals to bg black. Okay, else it's going to be equals to border gray of 400. So here I'm going to say border gray 400. And the next condition is over here, item center as well as justify center. So I'm going to say item center, then justify of center. Save, and boom, just like that, it has come towards the correct position. You can actually start styling that out. I think some spacing issue is there, because it should essentially come just a bit towards the leftmost part. So for this, let's pass on the styling. Class name, it should be text of XS. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. So currently the image is not correctly positioned, or it's not correctly being seen, because we forgot to add in one more thing, that is resize mode. So let's add in that. Currently it's not showing the correct image, it's only showing according to the width and height we have given. Okay, so for that, here I'm going to say resize mode, is going to be contain, so it takes up the actual size of the image. So save, and boom, just like that, it's looking good. So that's the reason our icon, that is the left one, was almost touching the image. So yeah, that's pretty much it. This step is done. So now right below your scroll view, that is, let's say once the user presses on any kind of image or any kind of dress, we need to show the selected items at the bottommost part so that they can navigate to the design room. So right below your scroll view over here, I'm going to say selected dot length, if it is greater than 0, and let's try to show a view over here. I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have your scroll view. Within that, I'm just going to map over the selected items. I'm going to say selected dot map. So for every ID, let's try to access the item. I'm going to say const item is going to be equals to your popular clothes. You're going to find that based on the ID. So for every value, the c.id should be equals to this particular ID. It's essentially going to be the same ID itself. And here I'm going to say return the image. Key is going to be ID. Source is going to be equals to URI. This in turn is going to take in your item.image. And let's pass on the class name, width of 16. Here I'm going to say width of 16 and then height of 16. Margin right of 3, rounded of medium. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much it. So below your scroll view, I'm going to have my touchable opacity where we are going to show your next button. So I'm going to say next over here. For this, let's pass on the class name bg black, padding y of 3, rounded lg, empty of 3, items center, self of end, width of 24. Save. Now let's try to give an on press on each of the pressable. That has not yet been done, or we could actually define a function itself. So for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and we're going to initialize a function saying that toggle select of your item.id. So let's try to define the function that is toggle select. So here I'm going to say const toggle select is going to be equals to id okay. So this in turn, I'm just going to say set selected, take in the previous state whatever is present, and I'm going to check the condition if my previous dot includes of your ID. So the way this works is if at all address is already selected, and if you press on that icon again, we're going to deselect it, and if all the address is not yet selected for the first time, if you press on it, we're going to add it into the selected list. Okay, so in the first case, if it already is present, we're going to filter it out. So I'm going to say previous dot apply the filter method of the item. So essentially your item should not be equals to the ID, just like this. Okay, so let's write it like this. Else it is just going to be equals to whatever is there within the previous, add that, and then add in the ID. Just add in the ID. Anyhow, over here in the selected, we are trying to apply the find method, and it's going to give that particular item over here. So let's try to save the file. Let's try to give this a try. Okay, I'm going to press on your dress, and boom, there you go. We're able to just see that being shown, but it's not correctly styled, I guess. Let's look into that issue because we need to start styling this out. Okay, so let's say I'm going to deselect it. It is going to filter out that particular dress. Let's say I'm going to choose the shoes over here, this as well as this pant. There you go, that's looking fine. Okay, let's start styling this out. For the view, I'm going to say class name over here. This in turn is going to have your absolute positioning, bottom of 0, apart from that left of 0, right of 0 as well, bg white, padding of 3, border of top. Okay, let's format once, and for your scroll view, let's pass in the required things. I'm going to say class name. Here I'm going to say horizontal, my bad. Here horizontal, and then show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So apart from that, for your touchable opacity, let's pass on the class name. Yeah, it's already there. For the text, it should be a text of white. So I'm going to say text white, and then a font of semi-bold. That's looking good. You can actually give in some margin bottom, so hopefully we have some space. Yeah, I think that's looking fine. Let's format and then let's try to save. So as you can see, we're able to see all of the dresses being added, and you can deselect it as well. So we have finished designing your add outfit screen. So now let's get started with your design room. That's going to look something like this. Okay, so for that, we're going to install and initialize a bunch of dependencies into our main project. So let's go do that. So we need to install your React Native gesture handler, your React Native SVG. Okay, and also, yeah, so as of now, these are the required ones. So here I'm going to say yarn add React Native SVG. Apart from that, your React Native gesture handler. So React Native gesture handler. We also need access to React Native progress that we're going to use in the home screen. So React Native progress, and yeah, apart from that, we are also going to install Cloudinary Core.js. Okay, yeah, these are the required things as of now. So let's press on enter. So as you can see, all of these dependencies got installed, which is good. So now let's try to create a new screen known as the design room screen. Okay, I'm going to press on screens and then new file. I'm going to say design room screen.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet, and then let's try to save the file. Let's try to initialize it into the root navigator, copy that down, and then add in the design room over here. Component is going to be equals to design room screen. Let's try to format once. Okay, so over here, let's come back to add outfit, and then let's try to navigate to your design room once they press on this one, touchable opacity, or the next button. I'm going to say on press, it is just going to be handle next. Let's try to define the handle next function over here. I'm going to say const handle next is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here, first of all, we're going to check the selected items. I'm going to say const selected items is going to be equals to your popular clothes dot filter method for every item. Here I'm going to say selected dot includes of your item dot id. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. So we are going to send all of these selected items to the next part, the next screen. I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen. That's going to be design room. Okay, here let's pass in the selected items, the date, as well as the saved outfits. That's it for now. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save the file. Let's come back to any of the dates. For some reason, okay, it's not working. Let's try to reload, and then let's try to give that a try. Okay, let's choose, let's say this jeans, and then let's say the t-shirt over here, and then next. So there you go. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the design room screen, which is looking fine. So let's start designing your design room screen. That is essentially going to look something like this with a black background. So here, let's try to initially get in the width and height. I'm going to say const width, comma, your height is going to be equals to dimensions dot your get method of the window. Okay, this is done. Here I'm going to have in my interface, I'm going to say interface clothing item. It's going to have ID of number. Furthermore, your image of string, x of number, then y of number, type. Okay, I'm going to say pants. This is basically optional, or your shoes, or your shirt, or your skirts. Next is going to be for the gender part. Again, optional value here, either M or female or unisex. Okay, let's try to save the file. So let's actually try to initialize the route over here. I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to your use route. Import that from React navigation, and let's try to get in the select items. I'm going to say const selected items, comma your date, comma your saved outfits is going to be equals to root dot params as selected items that is going to be of type clothing item, date string, saved outfits, it's going to be array. So here I'm going to say string, and the next one is going to be of type any. That's it. Let's try to initialize the state for the clothes. I'm going to say const clothes comma set clothes is going to be equals to use state, and this in turn is going to be of type clothing item. Let's try to save. Okay, so now let's try to initialize the return block. Having your safe area view being initialized, so safe area view, let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have flex of 1, bg black. Within that we're going to have a view. Here I'm going to have in my text which shows the date. Okay, so let's pass on the class name for the date, text of white, text of LG. As you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. Okay, so below that we're going to have your touchable opacity. Import that. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to say next. So for the touchable opacity, let's try to give the styling over here. So class name, it's going to have a bg gray of 700, padding of 2, and then it's going to have rounded. Okay, for the view, it's going to have a flex of row so that it comes into a row fashion. So here I'm going to say flex row, justify of between, item center, as well as a padding of 4. That's looking fine. So for the text over here, I'm going to have it a white color. So I'm going to say text white. That's looking nice. This step is done. So now the next step is to start styling out the clothes over here. So below your view, I'm going to have my another view. I'm going to say view over here. Let's try to map over the clothes. I'm going to say clothes dot apply the map functionality. For every item, I'm going to render a new component that is going to be your draggable clothing item, because the clothes can be draggable as you saw in the demo part of the video. So here I'm going to say draggable clothing item. Okay, so currently as you can see, the clothes array is obviously empty. We need to make that have some data. For that, we're actually gonna initialize a use effect that is on the initial render, and we're gonna show all of the clothes over here. So essentially, let's try to implement that use effect, and we're gonna decide the position based on the type of cloth, whether it's a shirt, pant, or shoes, or even skirts. So for the shirt, it's gonna come onto the top. So for the pants, it's gonna come right below the shirt, and for the shoes, it's gonna come right below your pant. And you can actually drag the item as well. So right below this, I'm gonna have in my use effect being initialized. Okay, here let's try to have in the initial clothes. I'm gonna say const initial clothes is gonna be equals to your selected items dot map functionality. For every item over here, I'm going to say const x position is going to be equals to your width by 2 minus 120. Let's format. Okay, next let's initialize the y position. I'm going to say let y position, and here I'm going to access my shirt item. So const shirt item is going to be equals to access the selected items. We do have all of the items over here. It might be shirt, pants, skirts, or even shoes. Okay, here I'm going to say selected items dot apply the find method. So for every item, if your I dot type is equals to shirt, or your I dot type equals to skirts. Yeah, or you can skip this because skirts is gonna come below the pant, or below the shirt. Okay, so yeah, for now we're gonna add in this condition. Here I'm gonna say const pants item is gonna be equals to your selected items dot find method. So for every type over here, if my I dot type is equals to your pants, these are your pant items. Next one, I'm going to say const shoes items is going to be equals to if your selected items dot find if your I dot your type is equals to shoes. Okay, here we're going to write the condition, then we're going to set the y position. I'm going to say if my item dot type equals to shirt, or item dot type equals to skirts. In this case, I'm going to say y position is going to be equals to your height by 2 minus 240 minus 100. Okay, so I've just calculated these values such that it fits accordingly onto the screen according to this particular design. Okay, you can make the changes according to how you want to show the clothes. This part is done. Here I'm going to say, I think the issue with the condition, this should come over here. Okay, next is your else if. So I'm going to say else if your item dot type is going to be equals to pants. In this case, your y position is going to be equals to your shirt item. If it's present, then height by 2 minus 100, else is going to be equals to height by 2. Next, I'm going to say else if your item dot type is going to be equals to shoes. Then in this case, I'm going to say y position is going to be equals to your pants item or shirt item. If it's present, then it's going to be equals to height by 2 plus 100. Okay, else it's going to be equals to height by 2 plus 60. Else I've just added in the condition over here, your y position is going to be equals to height by 2. Alright, this part is done. So this is going to return as basically your item x position as well as the y position. So right below your condition over here, I'm going to say directly return item comma x is going to be equals to your x position, y is going to be equals to your y position. Add in a comma over here. Alright, that's it. Next step is I'm just going to set the clothes over here. I'm going to say set clothes to be of your initial clothes. So essentially we should be having all of the details for the clothes, as well as we're also going to have your x position as well as the y position along with the details of the clothes, that is your image and all the other details. Okay, so this is going to be dependent upon your selected items. That's it. Now let's try to initialize the functionality that is going to be draggable clothing item or draggable. Yeah, that's the draggable clothing item. So let's say onto the top of the screen over here, I'm going to say const draggable clothing item. This in turn is going to take in the item. Here item is going to be of type clothing item. Okay, here let's try to initialize the translate x as well as translate y. So const translate x is going to be equals to your use shared value, that's going to come from React Native reanimated. Let's try to install that package. I'm going to say yarn add React Native reanimated, enter. Okay, so we do have an issue. Let's sort that out. Let's first of all complete solving or complete writing the code for this. So here I'm going to say use shared value, import that from React Native reanimated of your item.x. Okay, next is going to be your translate y value. So const translate y is going to be equals to use shared value of item.y. Okay, this part is done. Let's initialize your pan gesture. Here I'm going to say const pan gesture is going to be equals to your gesture that's going to come from React Native gesture handler dot apply the pan method over here. I'm going to use the on update. This in turn is going to take in an event, and we're going to set the translate x value as well as the translate y value. That is just like this. Okay, and after that we're going to apply the on end. Here I'm going to say item.x is going to be equals to your translate x to value, update it, and your item.y is going to be equals to your translate y.value, update this as well. So this is done. So we need to animate style. Let's try to implement that. Here I'm going to say const animate style is going to be equals to your use animated style. This one that's going to come from React Native reanimated. So here essentially apply the transform method and have in your translate x value pass, that's going to be equals to translate x to value, and next one is going to be your translate y value, that's going to be equals to translate y dot value. Okay, I think each of them needs to be in a separate braces, just like this. So yeah, position is going to be absolute for this. So here I'm going to say position absolute. Apart from that, we're going to say z index if my item dot type is going to be equals to shirt, or my item dot type is going to be equals to skirts. In this case is going to be 20, else is going to be 10. Okay, this step is done. So now for the draggable clothing item, we need to pass in the ID, because not the ID, it expects the item. So here I'm going to say key is going to be equals to item.id, and item is essentially going to be equals to your item. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. We just need to try to save the file, as well as we need to sort this issue out. Okay, so before solving this issue, I think I forgot to add in the image that is in the method in your draggable clothing item. We need to add that, and we need to pass in the animated style that we have defined over here. So let's try to return over here. I'm going to say return. I'm going to make use of the gesture detector. Import that from React Native gesture handler. Here I'm going to say animated.view. This in turn is going to have your image. Import that from React Native and pass in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. That's going to be item.image. And over here I'm going to have my style being passed. So style. This in turn is going to have a width of, let's say, 240. Height, if your item dot type is going to be equals to shoes, then 180, else 240. And I'm going to say resize mode over here. That's going to be equals to contain. Format once. And for your gesture detector, we need to have in the gesture being passed. So I'm going to say gesture, that's going to be equals to your pan gesture. For your animated view, yeah, spelling of this is wrong, gesture detector. Yeah, it is imported over here. So for animated view, pass in the style. That's going to be equals to your animated style. Okay, format once, and then let's try to save. So for everything to work, you need to include something into your main app.tsx, that is your gesture handler root view. Let's come to the app.tsx, and then over here I'm going to say gesture handler root view, and then add it over here. Let's try to format once. Let's try to save the file. Yeah, so let's do one thing. Let's try to cut the server, and then let's try to reload once. Let's see what exactly is the issue with this one. So import that, clear off the screen. Here I'm going to say npx expo start, and then let's try to check this out. I'm going to press on I. Let's see what exactly is the issue with that. All right, so we do have issue. So okay, so let's look into the dependencies, whatever I've installed. So React Native reanimated. Okay, it's taking the 4th version. So in the previous project I've used basically 3.1.7 or 3.17. Let's use that. So I'm going to say 3.17.4, and for React Native gesture handler it is kind of similar itself. So let's try to save. Let's do yarn once, so that package gets updated. Let's try to reload. Okay, so yeah, it says some new error. Runtime not ready, reanimated, mismatch between JavaScript part and native part of the reanimated. 3.19.0 versus 3.7. Okay, let's add in 3.19.0. Oh yeah, let's basically cut the server. Let's try to reload it. Press on I. Let's hopefully see what exactly is the new issue about. Okay, so again it's giving reanimated mismatch. So once I'm just going to add in my dependencies that I've used previously, that is with this particular version, and reanimated again. I'm going to switch back to 3.17.4. Let's give this one more try, else we're going to do something else. I'm going to say yarn over here, cut the server. Again, let's try to reload it once more. Let's see what exactly is the new issue. Press on I. Okay, so it just reanimated mismatch between. Okay, it's essentially the same issue that we are getting. Right, so it's finally working. I just didn't do anything. So I basically, removed both of them. So if you remember, we were getting that, mismatch error between the versions of some native and JavaScript code. So if you would just, check out the docs over here. So yeah, this was the same error we got, basically mismatch between JavaScript part as well as the native part of reanimated. So I just went through this. So I just tried to remove the version which we had installed, that is, version 4. And then I freshly installed the version which was compatible, that is version number 3, and also it's given in the docs, that is in the main docs for 4. So if you would just go to React Native reanimated and then get started. So it says React Native photo text works only with your React Native new architecture, but if your app still uses the old architecture, you can use the version 3. So while developing the other application, I had used version 3. So just install the version 3 over here, and then these are the required versions for you to install. So I just installed the same version that I've installed previously, that is React Native gesture handler 2.24.0 and then React Native reanimated 3.17.4. So just try to uninstall everything, do a fresh start, and then just do npx expo start -c to clear off the cache and then start building up from scratch. Okay, that's pretty much it. Let's give this a try. I'm going to choose a shirt and maybe a pant over here, and then next, and boom, there you go. Just like that, we're able to see the shirt and pant being added, and it's looking essentially the same itself. Okay, that's pretty much it. So we have designed the design room screen. So there are a couple of designs to be added at the bottommost part. Let's go to that. So over here, right below your view where we are mapping, below that we're gonna have one more view. This in turn is gonna have your touchable opacity. So here I'm gonna say touchable opacity. Within this we're gonna have a text which says add clothes. Let's try to copy that down a couple of times. The next one is going to be for stickers. Here I'm going to say stickers. Here it's going to be background. Okay, let's add in the class name over here. This in turn is going to have a flex of row, then justify of between, as well as some internal spacing, that is padding of 4. Okay, for the reachable opacity, let's pass on the class name. Initially, PG gray of, let's say, 700. Padding of 2, and then rounded is going to be full. So rounded. Yeah, let's just pass it as rounded. Save. As you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen. So the next step is we need to add in the same thing for the remaining ones. So over here, copy that down and add it to the remaining ones over here. For the text, it's going to have text of white. So class name text is going to be white. Just copy that down and just try to add it over here. Okay, so currently, as you can see, these 3 buttons are at the top, but we want them to come towards the bottommost part. So I'm just going to give this view a flex of 1, asking it to push all of the remaining details towards the bottommost part and take up the remaining space. So I'm going to say class name and then a flex of 1. Save. And there you go. Just like that, it is going to go to the bottommost part. So this part is done. Let's try to implement the handle next over here. Let's try to create a screen that is your new outfit screen, where we are going to save and create the outfit to the backend part. Here I'm going to say new file. I'm going to say new outfit screen.tsx rnfe as to get the Sujan code snippet, and then save. So here let's try to add in that over here. I'm going to say new outfit. And let's try to render the component over here. That is going to be new outfit screen. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save. Let's come back to add outfit screen. Yeah, so not add outfit, it's going to be your design room. Here where we have the next button, I'm just going to say on press, take in a function. And here we are directly going to say navigation.navigate. So navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is going to be new outfit, and to this screen we're going to pass in a information, that is your selected items, as well as your date, as well as your saved outfit. So let's try to format once and then save. Navigation is not yet initialized. Let's try to access it over here. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, import that from React navigation. Let's try to press on next over here. Okay, and there you go. We're coming correctly to the new outfit screen that is essentially going to look something like this. Okay, so once the user presses on save outfit and they add a caption, something like that, this outfit is going to be saved for that particular day under the user's saved outfits in the backend part. So yeah, let's start designing the new outfit screen.tsx. Let's try to get in the details initially. I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to use route. Import that from React navigation. Furthermore, I'm going to say const selected items comma date comma saved outfits is going to be equals to your root dot params as your selected item, that is going to be of type clothing. So add in that over here, or you can create a basic interface folder and then add in all of the clothing items, and you can directly import it instead of importing it every time, right? Here I'm going to select items. It's going to be equals to clothing item date string. Then we're going to have saved outfits. So it's essentially going to remain the same itself, that is all of these things that we have initialized. So let's add in these details over here. Format. Okay, so this part is done. Next is let's try to initialize navigation. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation. Import that correctly, and I'm going to say const caption comma set caption is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Next is const is outfit of the day comma set is outfit of the day is going to be equals to use state, initially false. We're also going to have the occasion. I'm going to say const occasion comma set occasion is going to be equals to use state, initially it would be set to work. The next one is going to be for your visibility, or you can actually add in your loading as well. So const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state of false. Right, this is done. So yeah, we can start looking into the design of the return block. So again, we're going to make use of a safe area view. So safe area view, import that from React Native as such. Safe. So within this, we're going to have a view. Within the view, we're going to have your touchable opacity. So touchable opacity. Within that, we're going to have a text which says back. Okay, that's looking good. And towards the right side, we're going to have a text which is going to say new outfit. So as you can see, that's being shown on the screen. So class name over here, flex of 1, bg of white, and here I'm going to have a class name for the view, flex of row, justify of between, items center, and some internal spacing, padding of 4. Okay, so for your touchable opacity, let's give the navigation part. I'm going to say navigation dot go back. Here it's going to be equals to navigation dot go back. This is done. For your text, it's going to have a text of black. So class name over here, text black. Here it's going to have a text of LG. So class name text LG, font of semi bold, and then save. As you can see, that's looking pretty clean. This is done. So now let's try to initialize your selected items. Okay, so it's already initialized from the root param. So with the help of that, we're going to map over it and then we're going to show the addresses over here. So here I'm going to say view. I'm going to say selected items dot apply your sort method, and here we're going to sort based on whatever dress comes first. So basically, if a person is wearing a dress, the shirt comes first, next the pant, and then the shoes. So something like that. So I'm going to say selected items dot sort of a comma b. Here I'm going to initialize my order, that is going to be equals to shirt is going to be 1, skirts 2, pants 3, and finally your shoes 4. So accordingly, if you want to add more dresses, you can add in over here and pass in the details over here. I'm going to say return. Okay, so I think I messed up the brackets. We need to add one more thing. So let's come back to the previous state and then add in a second bracket over here. So I'm going to say sort of a comma b, and here I'm going to say return. Basically your order of a dot type of 5 minus your order of b dot type of 5. So I'm just going to say like this, and let's try to map over it, and we're going to render a image. So for every let's say item as well as your index over here, let's render an image. So this image in turn is going to have your source, which in turn is going to have your URI, that's going to be item dot image. Okay, yeah, so I think there is some issue with the brackets. Yeah, I think that's it, the ending bracket was missing. So import image from React Native, having a class name. So yeah, I think we could give direct styling for this, that is internal styling. So I'm going to say style over here, width of 240, height if my item dot type is equals to shoes 180 else 240, then some margin bottom value. Okay, not over here, margin bottom if my index is less than selected items dot length minus 1, it's going to be minus 60, else is going to be equals to 0. Format, and then let's try to save, and boom, there you go, you're able to see the image being shown. Okay, we just need to style it accordingly. So your key is going to be equals to index. For the image, I'm going to say resize mode is going to be a contain. So save, that's looking better. So for the view, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have a flex of 1. Okay, and then items of center, justify of center, so it comes to the center part of the screen. Okay, let's format once, let's try to save the file. Alright, so this part is done. So now let's try to target the next part of the design where we have all of the other inputs and all the other designs. So for that, having a view and getting a text input from React Native, this is going to have a class name, a placeholder that is going to be add a caption dot dot dot, and then your value is going to be equals to caption. Okay, and I'm going to say on change text, that is going to be equals to set caption. Let's try to format once, and for the text input class name, let's pass on the styling. So I'm going to say border B, and then border gray of 300, padding bottom of 2, and then text gray of 500. Let's try to save the file. Yeah, that's looking good. So below that, we're gonna have another view. So this view in turn is gonna have one more view. Within that, we're gonna have two pieces of texts which says date, and we're gonna have one more text over here which is gonna say date, or a hard-coded value which says today. Okay, so it is showing the date correctly, it's looking fine. So apart from that, we're gonna have add to outfit of the day story. So here I'm gonna say change the text, add to outfit of the day story. Here it's gonna have a switch. Let's make use of the switch over here. I'm gonna say switch from React Native. Value is gonna be equals to is output of the day on value change set is output of the day. And there you go, we're able to see that onto the screen. The next thing is for your occasion as well as the visibility. Let's try to copy this down one more time. So here I'm gonna say occasion as well as visibility. So this in turn is going to say occasion. Let's try to access that. So by default we have given work, so that should be shown onto the screen. And this is going to say visibility. Here having the visibility. Yeah, so we do not have the state for that. Let's add in that state. Const visibility comma set visibility is going to be equals to use state initially everyone. Okay, save. Let's try to style each one of them, starting off from this one. So I'm going to say class name over here. It needs to come into a row fashion, so flex row item center justify between. That's it. Let's try to copy this down and here add it, and we're also going to add a margin top of 2. So copy that down, and then for the remaining 2 views just try to add it over here. As you can see, that's looking fine. So for the topmost view containing all of these views, let's provide a margin top of 4. Save. And for the outermost view, let's provide the design, that is some internal spacing padding of 4. Okay, just like that, the design is looking nice. So for each of the texts, let's pass on the styling. It's going to have basically a text gray of 500. Let's try to save. It's looking good. So yeah, let's try to add in for each of the texts over here. That's looking nice. So apart from that, we're going to have a text of black given for this one. So class name text of black, copy that down, and let's try to add it for each of the remaining texts in the second part. Okay, so as you can see, it's essentially looking pretty good itself as to the original design. So as you can see, this part is done. So we have designed basically the entire screen of your new outfit screen. So let's look if we have missed any designs over here. Yeah, I think everything is done. Yeah, so this step is complete. So now the next step is, yeah, I think I forgot to add the button, that is save outfit, that needs to be added right below the view. So over here, I'm going to say touchable opacity. We're going to have a text which says, save outfit. Let's pass in the class name over here. This in turn is going to say bg black, padding y of 3, mx of 4, mb of 4, rounded, save. Let's add it below the view. Or let's add it below this view, not over there, because the padding is given. Yeah, this is looking fine. So yeah, for the text, I'm going to have in the style over here, the class name, it's essentially going to have text of white, text of center, furthermore font of semi bold. So format and then save. As you can see, that's looking pretty clean. This is done. So now the next step is we need to initialize endpoint in the backend. Or before that, we need to initialize all of the models that we're going to use. That is your outfit model, your saved outfit models, as well as your user model. So first of all, let's try to implement the login and sign up functionality. And then we're going to look into designing an endpoint for adding or saving the outfit into the backend for that particular date. Alright, so before creating the endpoint, let's actually finish designing the models that are required for the application. So I'm going to press on the API folder, root level, and then a new folder over here. I'm going to name it as, models. Within this, I'm going to have outfit.js. Yeah, so let's start designing the outfit.js over here. So this is going to have in mongoose initially. So I'm going to say import mongoose from mongoose, and I'm going to say const outfit schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot schema. This in turn is going to take in your occasion, that is going to be of type string. So this is basically used for the AI part, that is once you press on AI output maker or AI try on, I guess. I think AI output maker, based on whatever options you give, that is whatever occasion you're choosing and whatever prompt you give, based on that it is going to give you the outfit. So this is designed for that. So I'm going to say style string. Furthermore, your items, that is going to be an array of string. So just like this, your image, that is going to be string as well. Furthermore, embedding, that is going to be array of numbers, because we're going to make use of the vector embeddings. So here I'm going to say export default mongoose.model, name is going to be outfit, and we're going to have in your outfit schema. Save the file, and let's try to have in your next one, that's going to be saved outfit. So this is the one to save outfit for a particular date. So I'm going to say saved outfit, everything small, .js. Let's start writing this. So I'm going to say import mongoose from mongoose, and I'm going to say const saved outfits or saved outfit schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot schema. Here I'm going to have in my user ID, so I'm going to say user ID type is going to be equals to mongoose dot schema dot your types dot your object ID. Here pass in the ref, that is going to be of the user, required is going to be true, right? Let's format once, and here I'm going to have my date, it's going to be type of string, required is going to be of true. Furthermore, items, it is going to be an array of objects containing ID of number, type, that is a type of dress, so I'm going to say type is going to be equals to string, and it's going to have a bunch of options, pants, then your shoes, apart from that your shirt, and here I'm going to say required is going to be true. Okay, so I think yeah, apart from this, the next one is going to be for your image. Let's add in the colon over here, it's erroring out. For your image, it's going to be type of string as well as required of true. This is done. Let's have in the x value as well as the y value. You can actually skip this, it is not required. I'm going to say number default is going to be 0, and y is going to be type of number, default is going to be 0 again, right? So here I'm going to say caption, type is going to be string, default is going to be empty, and over here I'm going to say occasion. So occasion over here, it's going to be type string, and we are going to say default is going to be casual. The next one is going to be visibility. I'm going to say visibility, type of string, and default is going to be everyone. Apart from that, your is outfit of the day. So let's pass in over here. This type is going to be your boolean. Okay, then we're going to say default is going to be false. The next one is going to be, that's the last one, created at value. So created at type of date, okay, and your default is going to be your date.nav. Let's format once. Let's try to save the file. Let's try to export the required value. So I'm going to say export default mongoose.model. I'm going to say saved outfit, and here I'm going to say saved outfit schema. Save the file. The final model is for the user. After this, we can start looking into the design of the login and then logout screen or the sign up screen. So here I'm going to say user.js. Let's start defining this. It's going to be simple itself. So import your mongoose from mongoose, then import your bcrypt from your bcrypt.js. Let's initialize a user schema. So I'm going to say const user schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot your schema. Here I'm going to have in my email. So I'm going to say email, type of string, required is going to be true, unique is going to be true as well. Okay, then your password, here we're going to have type of string, required is going to be true. Okay, apart from that, your username type is going to be string, required is going to be true, as well as unique is going to be true. Okay, this is done. Let's add in a gender. So I'm going to say gender is going to be of type string, profile image is going to be of type string as well. Furthermore, your outfits that is created by the user, so I'm going to have an array of strings. So type is going to be your mongoose dot your schema dot types dot your object id. Okay, passing the reference that is going to be of, not over here, reference to your saved outfit. Okay, so yeah, that's it. The next step is, let's try to say user schema dot pre, save it over here. This in turn is going to have async function. I'm going to say async function, having the next. Here I'm going to check the condition, that is if this dot is modified of your password. So then in this case, I'm going to say your this dot password is going to be equals to await, use the bcrypt, and then I'm going to hash the password. That's going to be equals to this dot password and then the value 10. Then having the next over here. So here I'm going to say user schema dot your methods dot your compare password is going to be equals to a async function. So async function of your password. Here I'm going to say return bcrypt dot compare of your password as well as your this dot password. If it's equal, then it's right. It's going to return a true or false. Okay, and here I'm just gonna export the default mongoose dot model of the user. Okay, here I'm going to have in my user schema. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save the file. That's it. So this step is done. Let's try to initialize the navigation part. Okay, so let's come back to the root navigator over here. That is over here. And first of all, let's try to initialize a variable. As of now, I'm going to say const is authenticated is going to be equals to false. Just a hard-coded value. Once we implement the backend, we're going to make use of zustand for the state optimization or the state implementation, and we're going to implement using zustand. So this part is done. So let's try to conditionally render within the stack.navigator. Here I'm going to say if not of is authenticated, then show these screens. Okay, or just this condition. If it is authenticated, show these screens. Having a fragment over here. Okay, so yep, here if it's not authenticated, then show these screens. Okay, so yeah, there is some issue. I think yeah, question mark is missing. Here we're gonna have two screens, your sign in screen, sign up screen. Let's try to implement both of them. Screens, I'm gonna say sign up screen dot tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Save the file. Next is going to be sign in screen dot tsx rnfes and then save. This part is done. Let's try to add in these two screens. The name is going to be sign up, so I'm going to say sign up. Let's import this. Let's remove that, and here I'm going to say sign in. First is sign in, second is sign up. So sign in and then sign up. Let's try to import the sign in screen over here, and here let's try to import sign up screen. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. Okay, this is done, and there you go. Just like that, since is authenticated as false, automatically it goes into the else condition. It's showing the sign in sign up screen. So let's start designing this. So I've not added this design in the screenshot. It's pretty simple itself, just two input fields and input field as well as the email field for logging in. Let's try to implement the simple design, starting off from your sign in screen. Let's head over to that. Here let's try to initialize your navigation. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import that from React navigation. Initialize your states required. I'm going to say email comma set email is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Apart from that, I'm going to say const password comma set password is going to be equals to use state of an initial empty string. Okay, let's come back to the view. Within that, we're going to have a text which says sign in, and we're going to make use of safe area view, or yeah, we can actually make use of safe area view. Let's add in that. Okay, so within this or below the text, we're going to have a text input being initialized. So text input, this in turn is going to have a value that is going to be equals to email. On change text directly says set email. Okay, then furthermore your placeholder that is going to be equals to email. Let's format once, and yes, apart from that, let's enter a placeholder. So I'm going to say placeholder, just the placeholder. Okay, my bad, it's already entered. So the next thing is class name. So let's enter the class name over here. So this in turn is going to have a flex of 1, or we could remove that, border, and then border gray of 300, some internal spacing, padding of 3. Okay, margin bottom of 4, rounded is going to be LG. Format, and then let's try to save. As you can see, that's looking fine. For this class name, flex of 1, a BG of white, justify center, internal spacing, padding of 4. Okay, that's looking fine. So now the next step is for the text. I'm going to say class name, text of 2XL, font is going to be of bold, text of center, margin bottom of 6. Okay, just like that, is looking good. So this part is done. Let's try to initialize one more text input. This is going to be for your password. So password, and then on change text set password. Okay, placeholder is going to remain as is. We need to change it, my bad, password. Okay, save. That's done. So next we're going to say secure text entry. So let's give that a try. Yeah, that's working fine. So apart from that, a touchable opacity. So I'm going to say touchable opacity. Within this, we're going to have a text which says sign up, sign in. For the touchable opacity, let's say class name, bg blue of 500, some internal spacing padding of 3, rounded LG, as well as a margin bottom of 4. As you can see, that's looking good. So class name over here, text of center, so it comes to the center part of the container, text white, and yeah, I mean, instead of text white, let's make text blue. I think text white is good itself. Okay, so text blue is for the next one, my bad. So text white for this, as well as text center and text LG. That's looking fine. Again, we have one more touchable opacity. For this, there is no class name. Let's remove that. Here it is going to say do not have an account, then sign up. So here I'm going to say don't have an account, then sign up. Text is going to be text blue of 500. Okay, that's looking good. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. We just need to space it out a bit. Yeah, so we could actually remove the safe area view because we have given justify center. It should work without the safe area view. So let's remove that. Save, and boom, there you go. Just like that, it's looking fine. Format, and then let's save. This part is done. So let's initialize the navigation step. So once you press on this, I'm going to say on press, taking a function, we are going to say navigation dot navigate to your sign up screen. I mean, no space. As you can see, we're coming correctly to the sign up screen.tsx. So let's start designing your sign up screen. So here we're going to take in a bunch of details for the user. Here we are going to say const email and password is going to remain similar, so copy that down. Apart from that, we're going to have your gender, comma set gender is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Format once. So we're also going to have the username. So I'm going to say const username, comma set username is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string. Okay. Furthermore, I'm going to say profile image. So const profile image, comma set profile image is going to be equals to use state and initially an empty string. This is done. So let's try to start designing the return block. It's essentially going to remain the same. You can pretty much copy down the previous one and then you can make the changes. Initialize that code, come back over here, add it. So import the required things, text input, touchable opacity, as well as navigation. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Let's format once and let's try to save. Okay, let's make the changes. This is going to say sign up, and email password is correct. Apart from that, we need some more text inputs. This is for yours. Gender, let's add in the gender over here. This is going to say set gender. Let's remove that. Placeholder is going to say gender. Below gender, we're going to have one more thing that is for yours profile image. This is basically an optional field. This is going to say set profile image. Placeholder is going to say profile image URL. So profile image URL. In the brackets, I'm just going to say optional. Save. And yeah, that's looking nice. The next step is your touchable opacity. So the first one is going to be for your, the second one is going to be for your username, or we can add it at the third place as well, your wish. So here I'm going to say username, and on change text it's going to be equals to set username. Remove this, secure text entry, and placeholder is going to say username. Let's format once and save. Okay, so this is complete. Let's look into the design for the touchable opacity. Here it's going to be sign up instead of sign in. Here we're going to say already have an account, then sign in. So already have an account, question mark, sign in. We're going to say navigation.go back. Save. Let's give this a try. As you can see, we're coming back. So this step is done. So we can start initializing the first endpoints to create a user in the backend as well as to log in the user as well. So let's create both the endpoints. It's going to remain pretty simple and short as well. Let's come back to index.js. Here I'm going to say app.post method. It's going to be /register. Here we're going to have the async method with a request as well as a response in the callback. Okay, here let's have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say result dot status of your 500 dot JSON with a error being error dot message. Within your try block, I'm going to say const email comma password comma username comma your gender comma profile image is going to be equals to your request dot body. Okay, I'm going to first of all check if all there is a existing user. I'm going to say const existing user is going to be equals to await access the user model dot find one. So we need to import the user model. So let's say at the top over here, I'm going to say import user from your models as well as user.js. Similarly, import saved outfit from this particular file. So yeah, here we're going to make use of the user.findOne method. So user.findOne. Here we're going to pass in your email. Here we're going to check if existing user is present. Then we can directly try to return. Here I'm going to say return your result dot status of a 400 dot JSON with a error being email already exists. Okay, so this part is done. Here I'm going to say const existing username is going to be equals to await a user dot again find one method based on your username, because two people cannot have the same username, right? So again the second check, if existing username is present, again I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON of the error stating username already exists. This part is done. So here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to new user of all of these values, that is email, password, username, gender, profile image, outfits. That is going to be a empty array as of now. And I'm just going to say await user dot save. Then I'm going to create JWT token. I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to your JWT dot sign method with your ID. That's going to be equals to user dot underscore ID. And here we're going to have in your JWT secret. Okay, here we're going to say result dot status of 201 dot JSON of the token. That's pretty much it for your register endpoint. You can take a look at it. The next one, let's similarly write for the login as well. It's pretty simple again. So here I'm going to say app.post. It's going to be / your login. Here we're going to have your async function with the request and the response in the callback. Let's have in your try catch block. So catch of error. Here I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with error being error dot message. Okay. Within the try block, we're going to have two things to log in, that is email and password. So const email comma password is going to be equals to your request dot body. I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await user dot find one based on the email. So if not of user or not of not of await user dot compare password of your password. Here I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 dot JSON with error being invalid credentials. Okay, then I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to jwt.sign. This in turn is going to have in your ID, that's going to be equals to user dot underscore ID as well as your JWT secret. I'm going to say result dot JSON of your token. That's it. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. So yeah, this part is essentially done. So now let's try to initialize zustand into the application, into the project, and then let's try to define all of the four things, that is your register, your login, your logout, your fetch user method into the auth.js file. That's what we're going to do next. So let's try to initialize and install zustand, and then let's implement this feature. So let's try to initialize and install zustand. So here I'm going to say yarn add zustand, and then let's try to press on enter. So again, your zustand is your state management library that is alternative to Redux. So it's basically considered as a lightweight library. Okay, so let's try to create the store over here. So first of all, let's try to create a folder known as store. I'm going to say index.ts new folder store. Within that, we're going to have a auth.js file. Okay, so here let's try to start writing out all of the functionalities. So basically, as I said, zustand is a state management library that is alternative to Redux. So it basically allows you to add or create a global store similar to Redux, where you define your state and functions that are called as actions at one single place. And again, similar to Redux, you can access all of these functions that you define in any component of your system. So let's try to start creating our store. So here I'm gonna I'm gonna create the use auth store. So first of all, I'm gonna say import create from zustand, and I'm gonna say import Axios from Axios. Not sure if Axios is installed, so I'm gonna say yarn add Axios, and here I'm gonna install even React Native async storage. So you can just try to install React Native async storage / async storage. It's done. So let's initialize our base URL. I'm going to say const base URL. As of now, it's local, so it's going to be http localhost / 3000. Let's initialize your use auth store. I'm going to say const use auth store is going to be equals to create. Make use of that method. Here we're going to pass in set. Initially, we are setting all of these to be null. User is going to be null. Token is null as well. Loading is going to be false. Error is going to be null. Is authenticated. So is authenticated is going to be false. Okay. So yeah, let's try to initialize your initial function, that is initialize auth. Here I'm going to say initialize auth. These are basically async functions, so I'm going to say async and have in your try catch block, so try and catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.error auth initialization failed. With that particular error, within your try block over here, I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to await async storage dot get item of your token. Okay, and if your token is present, then directly say set the token and is authenticated to be of true. Okay, it's that simple. Then just try to make use of the use auth store. Here I'm going to say await use auth store dot get state, and then we're going to call the function that is going to be fetch user. So I'm going to say await use auth store dot get state dot fetch user. We need to define that. As of now, I'm just going to comment it out. Save. This is done. Let's try to define two more things, register as well as login. So here I'm going to say register, which in turn is going to be again async function taking an email, password, username, gender, as well as profile image. Here I'm going to say set your loading to be of true, your error to be of null. Then let's have in your try catch blocks, so try and catch of error over here. So yeah, we are gonna say set the error to be of error dot response dot data dot error. Okay, and within the try block, let's try to initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot post method. It's going to be the base URL. Access that just like this, and it's going to be forward slash your register. That's the endpoint. Okay, here we're going to pass in a bunch of things: email, password, username, gender, and profile image. Okay, then apart from that, I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to response.data, because that's what is going to be sent to the front end part. Here I'm going to say await async storage dot your set item of your user token, so user token with that particular value, so token over here. Okay, so after that's done, I'm going to say set your token, and then loading is false, is authenticated as true. Then I'm going to say await again use auth store dot get state of your fetch user. So we're going to fetch the user details after registration. So just try to copy down the commented code and then add it over here. That's it. Let's try to implement the login for now. That's the next one. I'm going to say login. This is going to be an async function over here. And here I'm going to say set your loading to be of true, error to be of null. Apart from that, your try catch block, so try catch of error. Okay, here I'm going to say set error to be of error dot your response dot data dot error. That's it. Within your try block, we need access to two things: Let's initialize a response over here. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot again post method. Here it's going to be base URL / login. Okay, having two things, email and password. And here I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to, again similarly, response.data. And I'm going to say await async storage dot set item of your user token. So user token over here, and the value is going to be token. That is done. Next, it's going to remain something similar, copy it and then paste it over here. So set loading, set the token, loading false, is authenticated true, and then await use auth store dot get state dot fetch user. So I'm going to add in both the remaining ones, that is logout as well as fetch user. You can take a look at it. So for logout, it's pretty simple. We just need to clear the token and then we need to set the values. User is null, token is null, as well as your is authenticated is going to be set to be false. For your fetch user, get the token. If not token, then you're just going to say no token available. Then this is the response we're going to initialize. We're going to define the endpoint in just a bit, and we need to pass in the headers. And once that is there, set the user to be of response.data and error is null. Catch block, you can take a look at it. That's it. Let's try to export the store, that is use auth store. So I'm going to say export default use auth store. That's pretty much it. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, this step is done, right? So now let's try to implement these two functionalities. So we can directly fetch these two functions from use auth store, and basically we can get it in any point of our application. So let's come back to your sign up screen and then let's try to implement the register based functionality. So here let's try to initialize the onPress event on your sign up screen. So here I'm going to say onPress. I'm just going to say handle sign up over here. Okay, so here let's try to get in the register function from your use auth store. So I'm going to say const register is going to be equals to use auth store, just like this. Okay, and let's try to define the function const handle sign up is going to be equals to async function. Here let's try to initially check the condition. So if not of email or not of password or not of your username or not of gender. So in this case, I'm just going to say alert error, and I'm going to say all fields except profile image are required, and then directly try to return from the function, right? If at all everything is working out correctly, initialize your try catch block and then take in the error just like this, and over here I'm going to say alert error, and here I'm just going to say error.message. Right, within your try block over here, I'm going to say await register. This in turn is going to take in 5 things: email, password, your username, gender, and your profile image. That is an optional field. Let's try to save the file. Let's also do this for your sign in screen as well. It's very simple. Let's define a onPress event over here. I'm going to say onPress, that is going to be equals to handle sign in, and let's define the function over here. So I'm going to say const handle sign in is going to be equals to async function over here. Okay, so here again it's going to remain similar. Let's try to get in the login functionality over here. I'm going to say const login is going to be equals to your use auth store, just like this. And within your handle sign in, here I'm going to check if not of your email or not of password. Then in this case I'm going to say alert dot your alert let's import alert from React Native as such, just like this. Okay, I'm gonna pass in error over here, and here I'm gonna say email and password are required. Right here I'm gonna say return. That's it. Furthermore, again similarly, access your try catch block, catch of error. Here I'm gonna say alert dot alert error with that particular error dot message. Within try block, pretty simple, try to await login, email and password. So we need to do one final change within your root navigator because there is a hard-coded value over there that is authenticated. So now we need to make it look dynamic. So for that, let's come back to root navigator tsx. Here I'm going to say const is authenticated is going to come from your use auth store. Okay, so essentially we are trying to get this particular value, that is yours. This value is authenticated is currently set to be false initially. So once you register, everything works out fine. We are trying to set it to be true along with the token. Let's also get in the initialize auth as well. Copy that down and then come back to root navigator, and over here even get this field as well. Okay, let's try to have in a use effect over here. Right here I'm essentially gonna make use of initialize auth even over here as well, call the function and then save the file. And even if you reload now, still is authenticated is set to false because there is no user or token. So that's the reason we are able to see the sign up or sign in screen, or basically these two screens within a stack. Let's try to implement this. I'm gonna give this a try and make sure to add a JWT secret within your index.js file. Previously it was empty for me, so I'm gonna add in over here the email, password, username, gender, and then try to sign up, and boom, just like that we are logged in and we are trying to see the home screen. So we are correctly signed in with this particular email. Let's check that out in the backend. Let's come back over here, let's try to reload, and there you go, we do have our details and our currently outfits is empty. Okay, this part is working absolutely fine. This is done. You can actually try to implement a logout functionality over here, and then you can try to log out as well. So for now, let's try to implement two endpoints. One is for getting the user's data, that is /me, and one is to get, or one is to post the saved outfits to the backend part. Let's initially try to write the endpoint for getting the user's details. So here I'm going to say app.get method. It's going to be /me, and this in turn is going to have in your async method with your request and the response in the callback. Here let's try to access your try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with error being error dot message. Within try block it's pretty simple. Try to access the user. I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await user dot, I'm going to say find by ID, okay, of your request dot user dot your ID. You apply your select method, and this in turn is gonna select based on the password, just like this. Okay, here I'm gonna check if not of user, then in this case directly say try to return result dot status of 404, okay, dot JSON with error being user is not found. Okay, that's pretty much it, and I'm directly going to say result dot JSON of your user. Cool, that's it. Let's also write endpoint to save the outfit. So yep, let's do that over here. I'm going to say app.post method over here. This in turn is going to say /save outfit. Here we're going to have in a middleware authenticate token. We're going to define that in just a bit. Have in your async with your request and response. Here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. Okay, here I am gonna say console.log error in save outfit. Okay, and here I'm gonna say error.message as well as error.stack. We can skip that for now, message is enough. Here I'm gonna send the result. I'm gonna say result dot status of your 500 dot JSON with error being internal server error, and you can pass in the details. That is going to be error dot message. That's it for now. So for creating a output, we need access to a bunch of things. So let's try to access that. Date, caption, your occasion. Apart from that, your visibility. Furthermore, your is output of the day is going to come from request.body. Okay, so here I'm going to get in the user ID. That's going to come from the authenticate token middleware. So I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to your request dot your user dot ID. Okay, here I'm going to say let user is going to be equals to await access the user model dot again find by ID of your user ID. Right, here I'm going to check if not of user. Then in this case over here I'm going to say return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with error being user not found. Okay, so now the next step is we're gonna try to create a new outfit. Okay, I think I forgot to add one more detail, that is the items. We need to pass in that as well. Right, so now the next step is we need to process the items with your Cloudinary URL. So we're gonna first of all check all of that properly. So for that I'm gonna say const items with images is going to be equals to items.map. Okay, for every item over here I'm going to check the condition, that is if not of item or your type of item is not equals to an object, that is just like this. I'm going to say console.warn invalid item skipped. You can show that particular item as well, and then you can directly try to return null. Okay, this part is done. So I'm going to say let your image URL is going to be equals to your item.image. Okay, let's have it over here capital. Yeah, furthermore I'm going to check if not of image URL or if not of image URL dot, we're going to match based on the regular expression, that is the image URL should contain the HTTPS as well as your cloudinary.com data within it. So I'm just gonna add in the condition just like this. So essentially you're trying to skip the invalid URLs by making this check. It should contain HTTPS as well as it should contain the cloudinary.com, because that's what our data is going to look like. So here I'm just going to try to return the details. ID, that is item.id is not equals to undefined, or I'm just going to say null over here. The next thing is going to be your type, that is going to be your item.type or unknown. The next one is going to be for your image, that is going to be your image URL. Apart from that, your x value item.x is not equals to undefined. It's going to be item.x, else it's going to be 0. Not sure, I don't think we're actually using this, so we can actually skip this part. But since we are sending it in the front end, I'm just trying to initialize it over here. So undefined question mark item.y else it is gonna be equals to 0. Let's format once. Okay, this part is done. So the next step is we're going to filter out all of the null values. So right below your return block, or right after this, I'm going to say const valid items is going to be equals to your items with images dot apply the filter method, and here for every item I'm going to say item should not be equals to null, such that we only have correct items with the image URLs. Here check the condition if your valid items dot length is equals to 0, then in this case I'm just directly going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with a error being no valid items provided, and then you can directly return it. Yeah, we are doing this, that's fine. So the next step is, if at all everything is correct, let's try to create a new outfit. I'm going to say const new outfit is going to be equals to new saved outfit. Get that from the models just like this. I think that's the correct spelling of saved outfit. Yeah, that's correct. Come back to index.js. So here we're going to say new saved outfit, and then we're going to pass in the required details for this. So we're going to say your user ID, that is going to be equals to user dot underscore ID. Furthermore, your date, apart from that items, that is going to be your valid items. Then your caption, that is going to be your caption or empty string. Occasion, again similar, occasion or a empty string. Furthermore, we're going to have your visibility, that is going to be equals to your visibility or everyone. The last one is going to be is output of the day. I'm going to say is output of the day or false. That's it. After that, let's try to save it to the backend. I'm going to say await new outfit dot save. Okay, so this part is done. So after that, we just need to push it into the users outfits array. So I'm going to say user dot outfits dot push. We're going to push it into the basically ID. That's what we're going to push. So I'm going to say new outfit. I'm also going to say await user dot save. Okay, so yeah, you can just say the result dot status of 201 dot JSON with outfit being your new outfit. That's it. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save the file. This step is done. Let's actually try to give this a try. Let's come back to your new outfit screen, and we are gonna try to call this endpoint. So let's come back to new outfit screen, and then let's try to let's come back over here, and then let's try to initialize and install gwt decode into the main project. Here I'm going to say yarn add gwt decode, and then enter. Here basically let's try to get in the token. Okay, so let's have in the user ID over here. I'm going to say const user ID comma set user ID is going to be equals to use state. Here essentially we're going to pass in null initially. Let's start writing our use effect over here. I'm going to say use effect, import that from React, and we're going to call in the fetch token on the mount. Here I'm going to say const fetch token is going to be equals to async method. Okay, here I'm going to have in my try catch block, so try as well as catch of error. Within that I'm going to say console.log failed to fetch token, and here I'm going to have in my error. Okay, here I'm going to say alert dot alert. Yeah, I think the installation is done. Here I'm going to say error, that particular error. Within your try block over here, I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to await async storage, get that, dot get item, and the key with which it was set to is user token. So I'm going to say user token, pass in the key which you have given. And here I'm going to check if my token is present, then I'm going to decode it. I'm going to say const decode or const decoded is going to be JWT decode, get that of the token as ID of type string. I'm just going to say set your user ID to be of your decoded dot ID. So import your JWT decode just like this from JWT decode. And I'll just try to add in this alert in the else condition stating that error, no authentication token is found. Let's try to save the file. Let's try to call the function. I'm going to say fetch token, save. Okay, it says internal error, Metro has encountered an error while trying to resolve JWT decode. Okay, not sure why that's coming. Let's actually check out in the package.json once. Yeah, so it is actually installed. We can see it over here. Yeah, even the same version, I have used it in the previous project as well. So yeah, let's also install one more dependency, that's core.js. I'm going to say yarn add core.js and then enter. Let's try to reload the app once. Let's see what exactly is happening. Okay, it says unable to resolve JWT decode. Right, so let's cut the server. I'm going to say npx expo start. Let's cut this off for now. Let's start it out from the starting point. Let's press on I. Okay, that's weird because we should be able to see essentially the home screen because we are not yet logged out, right? And even over here in your root navigator, we are trying to get this, but for some reason it's not working. Let's look into that. So here, let's try to get in the email and my password. Let's sign in. It says cannot read property data of undefined. Okay, authenticate token is not valid. All right, so I'm just going to add in the endpoint for that. So come back to index.js. Let's try to add it over here, just right above this one. I'm going to say, yeah, so let's try to add it over here itself. I'm just going to say const authenticate token is going to be equals to your request result as well as the next. Okay, so get in the token from your authorization, split it and access the first part. Essentially the second part, the first part is going to be bearer. Okay, and if not token is present, then just try to send the error. If it is present, then verify it with your token as well as your secret and get in the request.user is going to be equals to decoded. So yeah, let's try to save the file. Let's check out the login endpoint once. Let's see why exactly it's erroring out. So with your index.js over here. So let's exactly check why exactly it's not, giving up the required details. That is why exactly we're not able to log in, right? So here, yeah, it is giving the same issue, but there is no issue within your backend as well as your front end part. We're able to see both the values, but yeah, let's check out the auth.js file. So, okay, so in login, yeah, we are passing email and password. Okay, my bad. We are not actually getting the values from the function. I mean the parameters. So that's the reason it's not working. Because if you remember over here, we have 5 values. Here, I forgot to add it. So let's add in the value email password. That's the reason it's not working. Let's try to uncomment this one. That's the reason it is not getting persisted as well. So uncomment each of the things. And anyhow, we have already defined this particular endpoint, that is fetch me. Okay, so let's try to save the file. Let's try to give this one more try. And there you go. So now it's working absolutely fine. There is an issue with this one, failed to fetch user, Axios failed with status code 500. Okay, let's look into that. Okay, because we have passed authorization over here and it is not being passed over there. Let's come back to index.js. Let's pass in the authenticate token. Save, reload once. Now hopefully if I reload, everything should work fine. We should be able to see the home screen itself because we are not yet logged out. So let's give it one more try. Okay, so there is an issue with this one. Okay, we need to sort this out because once we reload, we need to show the other stack of screens because we are not yet logged out. So let's look into that issue. So for some reason within your root navigator, this is kind of erroring out. Let's try to log both the details. I'm going to say console.log data is authenticated, save. Okay, it is currently set to be false. So let's also actually try to check out the initialize auth function, what exactly it's doing over there. So for the initialize auth, yeah, okay, my bad. I think the token spelling is wrong. That's the reason it's not working. So this should be user token, not token. Think it should work now. User token, save, and boom, just like that, it's working fine. So let's try to reload once. Probably we have network error one more time. Now the persistence should be working fine, as you can see. Yeah, so we do have an issue over here. Okay, so authenticate token, some issues there. Cannot access authenticate token before initialization. All right, let's keep it at the top of the file. Yeah, that's the reason it's failing. Copy that down directly onto the top of the file. Let's see over here. Save. All right, no errors. Reload. And boom, we have everything working fine. Even we have the user details as well. This is working absolutely fine, which is good. Let's come back to new outfit screen. And here, yeah, even that error is gone. Let's try to actually check if at all the token is present. So plus choose a outfit over here. And then I'm going to say next. Okay, as you can see, that's coming fine. Let's try to log the token if at all, I mean, not the token, my bad, user ID. So console.log user as well as your user ID. And boom, just like that, is working absolutely fine. So we do have access to this. With the help of this method on the mount, we are able to fetch the user ID. Okay, this is done. Let's look into the next part, that is basically your endpoint. Let's initialize the handle save method. I'm going to say const handle save is going to be equals to async function, and here I'm going to say if not of user ID. Okay, here I'm going to say alert dot alert error. I'm going to say user is not authenticated, and then directly try to return from the function. Okay, here I'm going to say set the loading to be of true. Having your try catch block, so try catch of error over here, and directly we're gonna write the error message console.log save error with that particular error dot message, and I'm gonna say finally set loading to be of false. That's it. Within your try block, let's try to implement it. I'm going to first of all initialize the validate items because we need to pass that. So I'm going to say validate items is going to be equals to await promise dot all. Okay, here I'm going to say selected items dot apply the map functionality. It's going to have async function over here. I'm going to say item, taking the item, and over here let's try to get the base 64 image, or okay, so here I'm going to say const base 64 image is going to be equals to await convert to base 64. of your item.image. Okay, so I'm just going to pass it over here. We're just trying to return the URL, nothing much. Okay, then next I'm just going to say return your ID. That's going to be item.id. Type is going to be item.your type or unknown, and image I'm going to say base64 image. Okay, x is going to be item.x or 0, and then y is going to be item.y or 0, right? This is done. Now the next step is I'm going to say const valid items is going to be equals to your validated items dot apply the filter method for every item over here. We just need the item which has the correct value, so I'm just going to check the condition, that is item should not be equals to null. Okay, so if your valid items dot length is equals to 0, then in this case I'm going to say throw new error of no valid items to save. Okay, this is done. So now let's try to access your output data. So I'm going to say const output data is going to be equals to your user ID. We already have that data. Then your date, items, that is going to be equals to your valid items. Okay, then your caption, apart from that your occasion, visibility is output of the day. Right, now let's try to get in the token over here. So I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to await async storage dot get item of the user token. All right, so here let's initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot your post method, and here pass in your base URL. Okay, here we have not yet initialized the base URL, so let's add in that. Let's say over here at the top, so const base underscore URL is going to be equals to http localhost 3000. Okay, so let's try to access the base URL, and it's going to be / your save outfit. This in turn is going to take in your outfit data. Furthermore, your headers, I'm going to say content type is going to be equals to application / JSON. Okay, then your authorization is going to be equals to bearer and then $token. Okay, yeah, so here let's try to get in the updated outfits. I'm going to say const updated outfits is going to be equals to taking your saved outfits, having the date, that's going to be equals to your response dot data dot your outfit dot your items. Furthermore, I'm just going to say navigation dot reset to index 0. I'm going to say routes, so the name is going to be tabs because we need to go back to the tabs. Then we're going to say params over here. I'm going to say params screen is going to be your home. Okay, and your params is going to be saved outfit. So I'm going to say params saved outfit is going to be equals to your updated outfits. Okay, that's pretty much it. Let's try to save the file and let's try to give this a try. Okay, so let's check out if at all it's the correct spelling for the endpoint, that is save outfit, and let's also give it a on press over here for the handle save outfit or the save outfit button over here. So I'm just going to add the loading indicator as well, just like this. Try to import your activity indicator from React Native. Given on press, that is handle save, and we do have the finally, I guess, that is, yeah, it is set loading to false and loading state is also there. Let's give this a try, and before that let's check out the index.js to check whether that's the correct spelling. So save outfit. Yeah, that's the correct spelling. No, it's wrong. Outfit. Okay. Anyhow, let's copy that down. Come back over here to your new outfit screen and handle save outfit. Let's check the spelling. Yeah, that's correct. Let's try to give this a try. So caption, I'm gonna say outfit of the day, something like this, and I'm gonna say save outfit, and boom, just like that, everything worked absolutely fine, and we are able to navigate to the home screen. And even if you go back, it wouldn't go back because the navigation is reset. So let's come back and check out in your backend part over here. So reload over here. We should be seeing the outfits added to the users array as well as to the saved outfits collection. There you go. So we have the outfits array being added, 2 items, as you can see, shirt as well as a pant, and we do have the image as well. XY is not needed anyway, it is 0. Okay, that's good. And date is there, caption, occasion, and visibility is there. And even in the users collection, you should be able to see the details being added. Let's check that out. And there you go, outfits 1 is there, which is referencing to this particular document, that is this specific ID, that is AB57. As you can see, it's looking good. Okay, this part is done. All right, so now the next step is we need to design, let's say, the profile screen. Yeah, that's going to look something like this, and we need to get in all of the details, and whatever outfits I've added, we need to show that over here. Let's get started with designing of the profile screen. Then we're going to switch into the last part, that is AI outfit maker as well as AI suggestions. Let's come to profile screen.tsx. Let's start styling this out. So essentially, let's have in some conditions, that is the states, because we have 3 tabs: clothes, outfits, collections, and accordingly we need to show the design. So I'm going to say const active tab comma set active tab is going to be equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to clothes. Let's add in that. Furthermore, const active category comma set active category is going to be equals to use state, and it would be set to all. Okay, next one is for your logout. Let's get that. Logout user token is going to be equals to your use auth store. It's going to come from zustand or the auth.js file. Okay, now let's initialize the state for the outfits. I'm going to say const outfits comma set outfits is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty array because we can have n number of outfits. Your loading state, so const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, and initially it will be set to false. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's try to initialize endpoint, or yeah, we need to initialize endpoint because we need to get the outfits for that particular user, whatever they've added in the backend part. Okay, or we could actually start styling out your return block as well, that is to show the top part of the design. So yes, let's initially start styling out the return block. I'm going to make use of my safe area view over here, import that from React Native as such. So safe area view, this in turn is going to have a class name. I'm going to say class name flex of 1 bg of gray of 50. So save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. Here we're going to have a scroll view being passed, so scroll view. Okay, and here we're going to have the header part, having a view for that. This view in turn is going to have a text which is going to show the username. I'm going to hard code it for now. As you can see, that's looking good. So below that, we're going to have the iron icons. So let's get the iron icons from any one of the other screens. Let's say tab navigator over here. Copy this down and then come back over here. Let's paste it over here. It's going to be your calendar outline icon. Color is going to be black. And size is going to be equals to 24. Okay. copy this down one more time or a couple of times. The second one is going to be pie chart outline, so let's add in that. So pie chart outline, and apart from that, you're going to have your menu outline as well. So menu outline, save. Okay, that's looking good. Let's have in the view over here. I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to say flex of row, item center, justify of between, padding x of 4, padding top of 2. That's looking good. So let's pass on the class name for this. So I'm going to say class name. This is essentially going to have a flex of row and a gap of 3. Let's format once and then let's try to save. That's looking good. For your text over here, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have, a text of 2XL, font of bold. Okay, that's looking nice. So below that, we're going to have your profile info details. So for that, have in one more view. Here I'm going to have a touchable opacity, and within that I'm going to have my image being shown, which in turn is going to take in the source. Let's try to import image from React Native. This in turn is going to have a URI, so you can add in a URI as of now. Once we get the user details, we're going to make it look dynamic. So for this, I'm going to have in my class name width of 20, height of 20 as well, and rounded of full. For touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name and then relative. Right. For this, I'm going to say class name. It's going to be flex of row, items of center, padding x of 4, empty of 4. Okay, that's good. So below that, we're going to have your plus icon that is right below your image, so that we have that kind of design coming. So here I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have a text, which in turn we're going to say plus over here. Having the class name over here, it's going to say text of white. Okay, then I'm going to say text LG, save, and let's pass in the background color for this, so it comes onto the screen. Initially absolute positioning, bottom of 0, right of 0, BG black, rounded of full. It's going to have a width of 6, height of 6 as well to make it look exactly circular. Items of center, justify of center. Okay, just like that, is looking good. So let's save the file. Let's also give text center over here. Okay, so for some reason it is not correctly centered, because it's currently slightly taking a larger amount of space on towards the top. Yeah, let's look into that later. So apart from that, the followers edit profile, let's try to style that out. So right below your touchable opacity, we're going to have a view. This in turn is going to have a text, which is going to show us the username. Let's try to access that over here. I'm going to say const username is going to be equals to your user dot username. That's going to come from your use auth store or a default username. As you can see, we are able to get the correct details. Actually, you can make it dynamic this as well. Username. So that's my correct username that I've entered for the backend as well. So apart from this, the next one is going to be email. I'm going to say const email is going to be equals to user dot email or empty. Const followers count is going to be equals to user dot followers dot length or a hardcoded value 0. Const following count, that is going to be equals to user dot following, okay, dot length or 0. Then const profile image that is going to be equals to user.profile image. By default it's empty, else this particular image. Okay, so let's make this dynamic as well. That is for the image. I'm going to enter that over here. Save. Cannot read property length of undefined. Okay, let's add in optional chaining so that it doesn't error out. Save. All right, so for some reason, yeah, image is coming fine. That's good. Yeah, that's looking good. So now let's actually try to give it some spacing because it is almost, touching the image. Let's do that. First of all, let's start styling out your email as well as the followers part. Below this, you're going to have a text which is going to show the email. As you can see, that's my email which I've given, and your view. This in turn is going to have a text, essentially a text within a text, just like this. Okay, format once, and then let's try to save. Okay, as you can see, that's looking good. Let's start styling out the outermost view. Initially some ml of 4 to space out. That's looking fine. So class name for this, it's going to have, text of LG. Apart from that, font of semi-bold. All right, here I'm going to say class name again. We're going to say text of SM. And I'm going to say text gray of 500. All right, that's looking good. Here I'm going to say class name. Here we're going to say flex of row, empty of 1, gap of 2. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So apart from that, for your text, we've already given the styling. So yeah, this part is done. So now the next step is your action buttons, that is your edit profile as well as your share profile. So right below this, I'm going to say a view. This view in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Within that, we're going to have a text which is going to say, edit profile. So I'm going to say edit profile over here. Copy that down one more time. Here we're going to say share profile. Save. I think it should come right below this as well. For the view, class name flex of row, padding x of 4, empty of 4, a gap of 3. And for touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name flex of 1, take up as much space as it's required, bg gray of let's say 100, and rounded is going to be lg, padding y of 2, items of center. Same thing for the second one as well. So it takes up equal space within that particular row. As you can see, just like that, it's looking fine. So for edit profile, just give it a font of medium. So I'm going to say class name, font medium, add that to the next text as well, right over here. That's it. This part is done. So now the next step is we're going to show the tabs part. So let's try to design the tabs. So here I'm going to say view. Just try to map over an array of objects containing your clothes and your outfits as well as your collections. I'm going to say dot map over here. For every tab, let's try to render a touchable opacity just like this. And here I'm going to have my text being shown, that is going to have my tab. Okay, and having your class name over here, this in turn is going to say padding bottom of 2, and for this I'm going to say class name. This essentially is going to have a conditional styling, so make use of backtext. So text base initially. Furthermore, your font of medium, I'm going to say $. If my active tab is going to be equals to tab question mark, then it's going to be equals to text black. Okay, else it's going to be equals to text gray of 400. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save. As you can see, that's looking good. For the touchable opacity, let's pass on the key, tab, and then on press, I'm going to take in a function, and I'm going to say set your active tab to be of that particular tab. For the view, let's provide in the class name over here. I'm going to say class name initially flex of row. Furthermore, justify around. So I'm going to say justify around over here. Empty of 5, border bottom, border gray of 300. As you can see, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. Okay, this should be text black. As you can see, we're able to switch between each of the tabs. And below the text, we're going to check the condition that if my active tab is going to be equals to tab, that is whichever tab is selected, and show a small kind of line over here. I'm going to say class name, height of 0.5, and a BG of black, okay, and a margin top of 2. As you can see, that design is looking pretty clean. We're able to switch between both the tabs. This part is done. So let's try to design your category filter part right below your view. So here I'm going to have my scroll view being shown. So import that or initialize that. And over here within the scroll view, I'm going to have my array being initialized, that is array of strings. I'm going to map over it, and for every category over here, I'm going to show a touchable opacity. Initialize that, and over here I'm going to have my text being shown. Essentially it's going to be the same kind of design. Adding that over here. Here we're going to show the category. Here it's going to be active category. Let's try to save. Okay, that's looking good. So for your scroll view over here, I'm going to say horizontal, and I'm going to say show horizontal scroll indicator is going to be false. Class name is going to be equals to empty of 3, and padding left of 4. Yeah, so for the touchable opacity, let's pass on the class name. It's going to have conditional styling. Let's copy this down and add it over here, and let's make the change. So here it's going to have essentially padding X of 3, then some margin right of 4, rounded is going to be full. Okay, tab doesn't exist, it's going to be category, reload, and boom, just like that, it's working fine. So we just need to fix this. So key is going to be equals to category, save, and just like that, our design is looking pretty clean. So for your touchable opacity, add in on press. I'm going to say on press. Here I'm going to say set active category to be of your category. Okay, so as you can see, you're able to switch between each of them. It's looking good. Okay, this part is done, and furthermore, the next step is we need to initialize the endpoint for getting the outfits for a particular user from the backend. So let's come back to your index.js file, and let's write the endpoint for getting the outfits, that is getting the saved outfits. So here I'm going to say app.get /save outfits, save outfit user, as well as your user ID that's going to be dynamic. Here authenticate token async method with request and response, and over here having your try block, and over here having your catch block. So catch of error, here I'm going to say console.error error fetching outfits. Here I'm going to have in my error being passed. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to say result dot your status of 500 dot JSON with a error being internal server error details, I'm going to say error.message. Okay, within your try block, let's try to access the user ID. I'm going to say user ID is going to be equals to your request dot params dot your user ID. That part is done. Here I'm going to say if my request dot user dot ID is not equals to user ID, then they do not have access to get the details. I'm going to say return result dot status of 403 dot JSON with a error being unauthorized access. Okay, that's it for now. And over here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await access the user model dot find by ID method, pass in your user ID and populate based on the outfits. It should give all of the outfits of the user. So outfits, and here I'm going to say if not of user is found, return result dot status of 404 dot JSON with error being user is not found. So user not found. Okay, that's it. This part is done. Here I'm going to say result dot status of 200 dot JSON of your user dot outfits. Okay, that part is done. So let's try to save the file. So now let's try to implement the endpoint. Let's come back to your profile screen, and then let's try to fetch the data. So come back to your profile screen.tsx over here. Here I'm going to say use effect. Okay, here I'm going to say const fetch outfits is going to be equals to async function. Here I'm going to check initially if not of user dot underscore ID or not of token. I'm directly going to say return over here. Okay, set loading to be of true. Furthermore, I'm going to say try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm just going to log the error. So I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error. Within a try block, I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot get method. This time initialize your backticks. It's going to be equals to your $base URL. So dollar, I don't think base URL is initialized. We can actually directly try to write it. HTTP localhost 3000 in our case / save outfit / user / your dynamic user ID. User ID is not there. Okay, so I mean it should be user underscore ID. Yep, that's it. Let's format once. There is no data to be passed. It's a get request, and then we need to pass in the headers. Here I'm going to say headers authorization. It's going to be equals to bearer token, bearer $token. Once we have everything working, I'm just going to say set outfits to be of your response.data. And finally set loading to be of false. Here I'm going to say finally set loading to be of false. Let's try to save the file, and let's also call the function over here, fetch outfits. And this is going to be dependent upon your user.id, because once when the initial screen is mounted, it might not be available. So I'm going to say user.id token. Save. Okay, hopefully no errors is there, which is good. So let's try to design this particular tab over here. That is your clothes tab. Okay, so right below your scroll view here, I'm going to check the condition stating that if my active tab is going to be equals to clothes, which is true in the first condition, and I'm going to have my view over here. Here first of all check the filtered cloths. Let's try to define the filtered cloths over here. I'm going to say const filtered clothes is going to be equals to, if my active category is going to be equals to all, then it's going to be popular clothes, and your popular clothes is basically going to come from your hard-coded data. We need to define that as well. So const popular clothes is going to be equals to an array of data that is essentially going to look like this. Okay, import each of them from your images folder, just like this. Okay, that's it. So here I'm going to check the condition. If at all your active category is going to be equals to all, then it's going to be popular clothes. Else I'm going to say else condition, I'm going to say popular clothes dot apply the filter method. So for each item we're going to make use of the switch statement based on the active category. So here I'm going to say case stops. I'm going to say return your item dot type should be equals to shirt. Case bottoms, we're going to show the pants. I'm going to say case bottoms over here. I'm going to say return your item dot type should be equals to pants, or skirts as well, because even that is considered to be bottoms. I'm going to say item dot type is going to be equals to skirts. The next one, case shoes. So as and when you add in more details or more kind of dresses, you can come and change it over here. I'm going to say return item dot type is going to be equals to shoes. That's it. Default return true. That's it for now. So we're going to make use of the filtered clothes that is within your return block over here. So here I'm going to check the condition. If my filtered clothes dot length is equals to 0 question mark, then over here I'm going to say text no clothes available in this category. Save. Okay, we need to design this block, then only it's gonna show the correct details. So as you can see, we do have the clothes, so that's the reason it is going into the else condition, which is correct. So here let's map over it. I'm gonna say filtered clothes dot apply the map functionality. So for each item, here I'm gonna have my view being passed. Okay, within this view I'm gonna have my another view as well, and this view in turn is gonna have my image. Below that we're gonna have one more view. Within this we're gonna have basically a text which is gonna show your item dot type as well as your item dot gender. Okay, so let's add in the class name for this, that is for filtered clothes. I'm going to say what is going to be 1/3, padding is going to be 1.5. For the image I'm going to say source, which in turn is going to take in the URI, that is going to be equals to your item dot image. Class name for the image, so it's seen onto the screen. It's going to have a width of full, height of 32. Save. And boom, there you go. Just like that, it's looking fine. We just need to style this out. So for your inner view, I'm going to say class name bg of white rounded lg. I'm going to say shadow sm. I'm going to say border gray of 100. Overflow is going to be hidden. Okay, so this is working fine. So we're able to see all the clothes over here. And yeah, let's finish styling this out. So let's pass on the style for this. That is for your view. I'm going to say style over here. Initially, I'm going to say shadow color. That's going to be this one, shadow offset, a width of 0 as well as height of 2. And I'm also going to have these details over here. Okay, let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so now we need to start styling out the outermost view because we need it to come in, a row fashion. So here I'm going to say class name, flex of row, flex of wrap. Okay, just like that, it's looking clean. So here I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a padding x of 4. Okay, and for the image, resize mode, contain. And boom, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. Yeah, so this is basically the clothes. We're going to look into the outfits part. So this for the clothes tab. In the outfits, we're going to show the outfits that the user has saved. Okay, so for your inner view over here, let's pass on the class name, padding of 2, class name over here, text of XS, font of medium, text gray of 600, capitalize. Just like that, it's looking pretty clean. Okay, this is done. So finally, let's move on to the next tab. That is going to be your final tab. I'm going to say if my active tab is going to be equals to your outfits, and over here, let's have in a view. Here, if it's loading, question mark, we're going to add in a activity indicator. Here I'm going to say activity indicator, import that from React Native as such. Here pass in the size, that is going to be equals to large. Okay, color is going to be equals to 000. Okay, within this one I'm going to say, okay, there is again one more condition. So here I'm going to say if my, let's remove this, if your outfits dot length is going to be equals to 0, then in this condition we're going to have in a text saying no outfits are saved yet. Okay, here I'm going to say a view. Let's write that properly, view. Here just try to map over your outfits. I'm going to say outfits dot map for every outfit. Let's try to render a view. This view in turn is going to have another inner view, and over here we're going to have basically a function known as sort items, because we're going to sort based on whatever a person is going to wear from top to bottom. Okay, so let's try to initialize the sort items function over here. So here I'm going to say const sort items is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the items list that is from the map. Here I'm going to say const select the order. This is going to be your order starting from your shirt, that is what you're going to wear on the top, then your pants, that is the bottoms, then the skirts, after that your shoes comes up. Okay, here I'm going to say return items dot sort method. Here have an a comma b. I'm going to make use of order dot your index of a dot type minus order dot index of b dot type. So by this we are confirming that whatever is going to be present at the top is going to be shown first. That is basically pants, shirts, skirts, as well as your shoes. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to define the function over here. That is, let's try to access the sort items. Here I'm going to say sort items of your outfit, okay, dot your items dot map for every item, and then the index, render image over here. Okay, so let's pass in the key over here. So I'm essentially going to pass in the entire thing along with the key, your URI, that's going to be item.image, as well as your class name, resize mode, as well as your margin vertical. Let's try to save the file. Outputs tab. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see anything onto the screen. Let's try to reload once, or let's actually try to give some styling initially, and let's look into that later. I'm going to say class name once, flex of row, and then flex of wrap. For this particular view, I'm going to say class name, give it some width of 1/2 and p of 1.5. Okay, and for this particular one, I'm going to say class name, this is going to have a bg of white, okay, rounded of lg, and then shadow of small, so shadow sm. It's going to have a border gray of, let's say, 100. Overflow is going to be hidden. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save the file. Let's add in pretty much the same piece of styling for this as well, that is related to the shadow once again over here. Alright, let's look into why exactly we are not able to see anything onto the screen. Alright, let's try to log the data first to confirm if at all we are actually getting the data or not. So here console.log data as well as your outfits. Save. Okay, so we do have it. Okay, as you can see, if you can just say outfit of 0 dot items, even that also we have, but not sure why we're not able to see it onto the screen. And we do also have the image as well. Let's look into that. If your active tab equals to outfits, okay, let's say we're going to show true over here, so we can see the activity indicator. Okay, so there is some issue with this one probably. Okay, I think I know what the issue is. Let's minimize this once. So there you go, we're writing the condition within that itself, so that's the reason it's not coming. So copy this down, this should come right below this over here. Basically minimize this and then write the condition. Yeah, exactly over here. Save, and boom, just like that, it's working absolutely fine. So yeah, just try to add that below the view, because of course it wouldn't work if it is in this condition because we are in the other tab. So yeah, this step is done. So we need to start styling out the remaining part, that is your details to be passed, and even the output is looking pretty clean as of now. So below your sort items, we're gonna have another view. Here we're gonna have text, which is gonna show the item.date. Okay, item doesn't exist. All right, that's weird. Format once. Okay, it's going to be outfit.date, my bad. And there you go, you should be seeing the date over here. As you can see, that's looking good. So below that, we're going to have outfit.occasion as well as your outfit.items. So I'm going to say text outfit dot your occasion. Here I'm going to say text outfit dot your items dot map for every item. I'm going to say item dot type dot join based on a comma over here. That's it. That's looking good. Okay, occasion is not being shown for some reason, not sure why. because that's the correct spelling. Okay, let's add in the class name over here, and let's check out the backend if the location is being stored. Yeah, we do have occasion. Okay, wrong spelling. Just cancel the C. It's going to have a double S over here. That's the issue. So over here, I'm going to give it padding of 3. Apart from that, class name over here. This in turn is going to have a text of small. So text SM, font of semi-bold, text gray of 500 or 800. For this particular class name, let's give the design. So text of XS, font of medium, text gray of 600. That's looking nice. For the final text, let's pass on the class name. It's going to have a text of small again, text gray of 500, and then empty of 1 for some spacing. Yep, that's looking good. Let's format once. Okay, yeah, so we have finished designing your complete profile screen, and we're able to see all of the items being added as well, and whatever the outfits the user has saved, we're able to show that onto the screen. This is done. So now next step is we can start showing the outfits over here. That is for that particular day, they've added it into the home screen. After that, we can start looking into your AI suggestion screen. So now let's head over to your home screen, and then let's initialize basically the same endpoint. And if all the output is matching that particular day, we're going to show that over here. So initially, let's access the states that are going to be required over here. So I'm going to have my saved outfits. Yeah, that's already there. The next thing is for your, yeah, I think that's it. We're going to use that only, that is saved outfits. So that part is done. We're also going to have something known as is focused. I'm going to say const is focused is going to be equals to use is focused from React navigation. And let's initialize the use effect, and then let's try to render our code over there. I'm going to say use effect, import that from React as such at the top, and over here I'm going to first of all define my get token function or the fetch token. I'm going to say const fetch token is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say async storage dot get item of your user token. Okay, here I'm going to check the condition that if my token is present. Okay, my bad. So this is the function. So let's write that properly. Copy this down. So Control Z. So yeah, const fetch token is going to be equals to async function. Within that, we're going to execute this. Initially have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. And here I'm going to say console.error failed to fetch token with that particular error. Okay, and within your try block, I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to await async storage dot get item of your user token. So if your token is present, then try to decode it. I'm going to say const decoded is going to be equals to GW decode, import that of your token as your ID of type string, and I'm going to say set user ID to be of your decoded. So here set user ID to be of decoded dot your ID. Let's have in the state for that. So const user ID comma set user ID is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string or null. Okay, that part is done. So now the next step is you're gonna implement the fetch saved outfits function over here. I'm gonna say const fetch saved outfits is going to be equals to async function. Okay, here I'm going to check if not of user ID. Then in this case, I'm just going to log saying skipping user ID is not available, and directly try to return from the function. Okay, this part is done. The next step is let's have in your try catch block. So try and then catch of error. Okay, so here I'm going to say console.error failed to fetch saved outfits with that particular error. Okay, within your try block, again access the token. So const token is going to be equals to await async storage dot get item. I'm going to say get item of your user token. Okay, so here I'm going to initialize my response. So const response is going to be equals to essentially the same itself. We're just going to get that from the profile screen. Okay, it is going to be essentially this response itself. So get it over here. Okay, this is going to be a URL, import Axios from Axios as such, and this is your user.id. We can directly access user ID over here. Just like this, and headers authorization bearer token. Okay, this part is done. So apart from that, I'm going to say const outfits is going to be equals to your response dot data dot apply your reduce method. Okay, so I'm going to say account over here. That is, so I'm going to take in the accumulator value over here. So I'm going to say key string okay, this should be within an array basically. That's going to be of type any, and output is going to be of type any as well. Okay, I think I messed up a bracket. I'm going to write it from the first. So this in turn is going to take in your accumulator, which in turn is going to take in the key of string. Okay, then here I'm going to say comma outfit again of any. Here I'm going to say your accumulator of outfit dot your date is going to be equals to your outfit dot items. So here basically for only that particular day we're going to show the outfit if all let's add it, else it's going to be the plus button itself. I'm just directly going to say return your accumulator value and initially pass in the initial value. That's going to be an object. Once this is done, I'm going to say set saved outfits to be of your outfits. Okay, that's it. So let's try to save the file. So here I'm going to write the condition stating that if at all this screen is focused, I'm going to say if is focused, I'm going to say fetch token initially. Once that is done, I'm going to say dot then I'm going to check if at all my user ID is present, because the second endpoint requires the user ID, otherwise it would error out. Okay, so I'm just going to add in just like this. Okay, so if user ID is present, then try to call the fetch saved outfits function. So yeah, here I'm going to initialize my unsubscribe. So I'm going to say const unsubscribe is going to be equals to your navigation dot add listener. It's going to be of focus event, and here I'm going to say const state is going to be equals to your navigation dot get state. Okay, then I'm going to say const params is going to be equals to state dot your routes of your state dot your index value dot your params, and here I'm going to say if your params dot saved outfits is present from your screen, that is new outfit screen, then in that case I'm going to say set saved outfits to be of whatever is there in the previous, include that, and over here just try to add in the value, spread the previous value, and then include the params dot saved outfits. Okay, that's pretty much it for now, and you can try to return the unsubscribe over here. Save. Okay, so as of now there are no issues, right? and it is going to be dependent upon your is focused. So I'm going to say is focused navigation user ID. So now let's actually try to render your design if at all the outfit has been added in this particular design that is over here. Okay, so where we have that part that is dates. Yeah, so we do have the condition for that stating that if all outfit is there. Currently it is a empty view. Let's try to render the condition. I'm going to say outfit dot find. Okay, so for every item over here I'm going to say if my item dot type is going to be equals to shirt and in this case I'm going to show image. So your source in turn is going to take in your URI that is going to be equals to outfit dot find. So for every item, your item dot type should be equals to shirt. So here I'm going to say item dot type should be equals to shirt dot image. Let's format once. And yeah, apart from that, we're going to give it a class name that is going to be width of 20 as well as a height of 20, and I'm going to say resize mode is going to be contain. Furthermore, I'm going to give it style. This in turn is going to have a max width, so I'm going to say max width of 100%, and I'm going to give it a max height of 50%. Let's try to format once over here, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to get the image onto the screen, so let's look into that in just a bit. So the next one is going to be for your pant. So here I'm going to say is going to be equals to pants and your okay, you can add in one more condition over here, or item dot type is going to be equals to skirts. Here again it's going to remain similar, pants, and the second condition over here. So save. Let's actually try to check why the output is not present. So let's try to log over here, console.log data as well as outfit. Okay, so data is null, that's the reason it's not showing over there. Let's try to log the saved outfits to check if at all we do have the data. Okay, so even that is null. So data results. Yeah, so even that is null for some reason, not sure why. So let's remove this for now, because once this is gonna get populated, then only we're gonna make this work. So for some reason we're not able to get the data over here. So let's look into that. So let's try to reload once. What exactly is happening? Let's check that out. Let's try to get in the token once. Let's see if that's actually working. Console.log. I'm going to say token as well as token. Okay, we cannot call it over here. Let's add it over here. Let's minimize this. Okay, my bad. Okay, I got another issue because we are trying to call this within the saved outfits function, so we cannot do that. Minimize this, and then we're going to call it outside of the function. So right over here, if is focused, we can now call that. Okay, and for your fetch saved outfits, yeah, that's it. We're going to have the catch block as well as the set saved outputs of the outfits. That's it. Here we're going to call the function save, and boom, there you go. Just like that, it worked absolutely fine. So we're able to see that design onto the screen. So the mistake was this code was essentially within your fetch saved outfit, so essentially the function was not getting called. Yeah, that's it. So we are able to see that design being shown. This part is done, so you can add in another design as well. It's going to show up over there. Okay, so currently we are showing one, If at all 2 or 3 comes up, that case is not yet handled. You can actually try to slice out, and then you can show the latest design that is added onto the that particular date basically. So now let's look into the next part, that is going to be your AI suggestions. So for that, we're going to create a screen that is known as AI assistant.tsx. So here I'm going to say new screen AI assistant.tsx rnfe to get the Sujan code snippet, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so let's include this screen into your root navigator that is just over here. So here I'm going to say AI chat, something like this. Here we're going to say AI assistant screen. Save. It got imported from the screens folder, which is good. So let's come back to your home screen. So once you press on, let's actually check out the names. Yeah, as you can see, AI suggestions, the screen name is AI chat. So let's press on the first one. Probably navigation is not set. Let's look into that because I'm not able to navigate. So yeah, over here we're going to say on press, take in a function. Here we're going to say navigation dot navigate to your feature dot screen, and there you go, we're coming correctly to your AI assistant screen. So here let's start designing this. So essentially your AI assistant screen is going to look something like this. Okay, so we're going to have a bunch of quick suggestions over here, and it's going to give the results based on whatever you ask, and it's also going to give some links, useful links based on the query the user puts in. So let's try to implement this over here. So initially let's start designing your return block. Before that, let's access some states over here. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation, and I'm going to say const query comma set query is going to be equals to use state, initially an empty string over here. Then your messages, I'm going to say const messages comma set messages is going to be equals to your use state. This in turn is going to have a ID of 1, text which says hello, how can I assist you with your outfit today. Okay, and here I'm going to say sender is going to be AI. That's it. Let's format once, and then let's start designing your return block over here. I'm going to have my safe area view being initialized again over here. I'm going to say safe area view, import that from React Native as such. So here I'm going to say safe area view, pass in the class name, and I'm going to say flex of 1, okay, bg gray of 100, safe. That's looking good. And we're going to have a view being passed over here. I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Within that, we're going to have your icons. Okay, we're going to have the name that's going to be equals to chevron back, right? Apart from that, size is going to be equals to 24. Okay, and color is going to be equals to 333. Let's get in from any of the other screens and add it over here. That's being shown, so we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. The next thing is going to be the text part. I'm going to say text over here. This is going to say AI fashion assistant. Safe. So for the view, I'm going to say class name over here. Initially flex of row. So flex row, justify of between, items center, some internal spacing, padding of 4, bg of white, border B, and border gray of 200. Safe. As you can see, that's looking fine. So for the touchable opacity, it's going to say on press navigation dot go back. So here I'm going to say navigation dot go back, right? So that's looking good. And for the text, let's pass on the class name over here. So here I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have, text of Excel, font of bold, and then your text gray of 800. Let's add it over here. Save. So it's looking good. And here I'm going to have in a view. Let's format once initially. That is going to be a self-enclosing view just for the space. So I'm going to say class name of 6. That's a width of 6. Okay, just like that, it came into the center part, which is fine. The next step is your scroll view, where all of the messages are going to show up. So I'm going to add in the scroll view content over here below this. Import scroll view from React Native. And below that, we're going to have a view which says, a text which is going to have quick suggestions. And below that, we're going to have one more scroll view. So scroll view. This in turn is going to say suggestions.map. So let me get the suggestions array. So I'm going to paste it at the top. So these are some of the suggestions that we're going to use and show it over here. So I'm going to say suggestions dot apply the map functionality for every suggestion as well as your index over here. I'm going to show a touchable opacity. Okay. Within that, I'm going to have a text which is going to show your suggestion. So save. As you can see, we're able to see all of those details being shown onto the screen. So for the touchable opacity key, I'm going to say index. Apart from that, I'm going to say on press. Okay, we're going to have that later in just a bit. Furthermore, class name to this, it's going to have a BG gray of, not BG gray. Yeah, it's going to have a BG gray of 200. Some padding X of 4, padding Y of 2 as well. Rounded is going to be full. MR of 2. That's looking good. So for the scroll view, I'm going to say horizontal, show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Okay. So yeah, that's it for now. And let's start styling out the topmost view. Class name, some padding of 4, PG of white, border top, so border T, border gray of 200. Okay, that's looking fine. So for the quick suggestions styling, I'm going to say class name, text of LG, font of bold, text gray of 800, margin bottom of 2. As you can see, that is looking clean. So below that, we're going to have your text input design being shown. So right below this particular view, I'm going to have my another view. Here we're going to have your text input. Within that, we're going to have some class name being given. That is the styling part. Flex of 1, or specific height of 10, BG gray of 100, rounded of full, padding X of 4, text of base, text gray of 800. Okay, so let's try to format once. And yeah, apart from the class name, over here we're going to say value. That's going to be equals to query. Furthermore, I'm going to say on change text. That's going to be equals to your set query. Then after that, I'm going to say placeholder. That is going to be equals to ask me anything about fashion. Just like this. And I'm going to say placeholder text color. That's going to be equals to 999. So add in that over here. Okay, that is done. Save. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see the text input. Let's look into that in just a bit. So we're going to have your touchable opacity. And here we're going to have your iron icons being shown. So iron icons, name is going to be equals to send. size is going to be equals to 20, color is going to be equals to, if is loading is true, not sure is loading is set up already, let's do that at the top. Const is loading comma set is loading is going to be equals to use state, by default set it to be false. Okay, so I'm going to say if is loading is true, question mark, it's going to be triple C, else it's going to be equals to triple F. That's it for now. So for your touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name, let's pass on the style. It's going to have a conditional styling, so make use of backticks. So ML of 2 and a width of 10, height of 10 as well. Then BG blue of 500. Rounded is going to be full, so rounded full. Give it flex, items of center, justify of center as well. Okay, so we are able to see something onto the screen. So for the view, I'm going to say class name, give it a flex of row and items center, some internal spacing padding of 4, BG of white, okay, a border of top, and then border gray of 200. So border gray 200, save. Okay, and boom, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. This is done. So now let's initialize on press on the handle suggestion. That is, once you press on any suggestion, I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here I'm going to say handle suggestion of the suggestion. So handle suggestion of your that particular suggestion, whatever you press on. So access that value, and let's define this function at the top. I'm going to say const handle suggestion is going to be equals to suggestion of type string. Here just try to set the query, that's the only thing. So say set query to be of suggestion, and try to call the function that is handle send, where the AI is gonna give the user the response. So let's try to define your handle send function over here. So before that, we need to access two things, your open API key as well as your open API URL. So to get your open API key, you can head over to platform.openai.com. You can go onto your account. If at all you do not have an account, create it with Google account. It's pretty simple. Once after you do that, go onto your profile image, press on settings, and then you can search for billing, and make sure you have at least few of the credits left, at least let's say $5 or something like that. If all it's not present, try to top up your account, even $2-3 work. Okay, and after that, just go to API keys, create a new API key with by adding a project, and copy it in that API key and come down to the project, and then you can add it over here. So I'm going to say const open AI API key is going to be equals to ABC, and I'm going to say const open AI URL is going to be equals to https://api.openai.com. I'm going to say /v1 chat/completions. Okay, so that's pretty much it. Let's try to define the handle send function over here. I'm going to say const handle send is going to be equals to async function. Okay, here I'm first of all going to check the condition that if at all no query is present. So just check if no query of trim, then directly try to return over here. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to say const user message is going to be equals to ID, that is going to be equals to date.nav, and your text is going to be of the format query, sender is going to be user, and here I'm going to say set your messages to be of, include the previous messages, just spread over the previous messages, include that, and then add in the user message. And I'm going to say set query to be of an empty string, and then set is loading to be of true. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so now let's try to initialize your try catch block over here. I'm going to say try and then catch of error. So here let's initially say console.log OpenAI error, that particular error. Else I'm just going to set the messages to be of this particular messages, include the previous messages, and I'm going to say sorry, I couldn't get suggestions, try again. Okay, so that's it about your catch block. So let's start implementing your try block over here. So initially let's try to access the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await fetch of your OpenAI URL. Here passing the method that's going to be post headers, your content type application / JSON over here, and furthermore I'm going to say authorization. That's going to be your bearer token. It's going to be OpenAI API key. Here let's pass in the body. I'm going to say body over here. It's going to be JSON.stringify. Taking the model, I'm going to use GPT-4o. And over here, the messages, we're going to pass it what exactly the system needs to do. It's going to be an array of objects containing the role of the system, which says you are a fashion assistant, provide outfit suggestions with emojis and include links to relevant products or places where applicable. And role of the user, content is going to be the query. So based on whatever it asks, it's going to give us the response. And I'm going to say maximum tokens is going to be 150 over here. Let's format once. So yeah, here I'm going to check the condition that if at all not of response.ok, then in this case I'm going to say throw new error. Here I'm going to say HTTP error. With that particular status code. So let's make use of backticks over here. Here I'm going to say $response.status. So response.status. That's it. This part is done. So now next step is let's try to access your data over here. I'm going to say const data is going to be equals to await response.convert into JSON. So JSON. So here I'm going to say if not of data.choices or not of data.choices of 0 or not of data.choices of 0 dot message or the final condition not of data.choices of 0 dot your message dot content. If this is true, that means all of it is true, then we do not have the data present. So I'm just going to say throw new error invalid response from OpenAI. Let's try to format once, and if at all we do have the correct response, getting that response over here. I'm going to say const AI response is going to be equals to data dot your choices of 0 dot your message dot content. So here we're going to parse the response to include the links as well as emojis. So I'm just going to add that over here. So I'm going to say const enhance response is going to be equals to AI response dot replace dress with this if it contains suit with this, casual means with a smiley emoji or with the sunglasses emoji, then party with the party emoji, and link if at all it's there, replace with the link. Yeah, and pretty much that's it. And we are also going to set the messages to be of whatever is there in the previous. Include that ID is going to be equals to day.nav +1. Text is going to be equals to enhance response. This is coming from the AI, so sender is going to be equals to AI. And finally over here, I'm going to say set loading to be a false. That's it. Let's actually try to render your code for the scroll view that we have defined over here. So try to map over the messages initially. I'm going to say messages dot map for every message over here. Here I'm going to show a view. This view in turn is going to have a text. So this text is essentially going to show the message.text. I'm going to say message.text. Okay, and here we're going to check if the message dot sender is going to be equals to AI and message.text dot apply the split method, not split, dot includes of a link. I'm going to say link, just like this, and if your message dot text dot split of the link dot slice of the first part, I'm going to map over it. So for every part as well as your index, let's try to get in the URL over here. I'm going to say const URL is going to be equals to, or const URL is going to be equals to your part dot split based on that closing bracket. So just like this. Okay, I know this is kind of complex kind of code, so let's try to finish this. So if URL is present over here, I'm going to say return or touchable opacity. Within that, we're going to have your text, and I'm going to say visit that particular URL. Let's try to add in the style for this. Yeah, so you can take a look at it. So let's try to format once, and you can try to import linking from your React Native. These are the styles for your visit, that is text blue of 600. So this is essentially done to show the links in a different color, and we're trying to extract the link from the suggestions or from the data that AI has given us. So that's it. So for this text, let's pass on the styling. So class name, it's going to have a text of base as well as text gray of 800. Save. As you can see, hello, how can I assist you with your outfit today? That's looking good. So for your class name of the view, key is going to be equals to initially message.id. So here it's going to have a conditional styling, margin bottom of 4, padding of 3, rounded is going to be LG. So rounded LG. Apart from that, a max width of, let's say, 80%, so it wouldn't overflow. So I'm going to say 80%. Here I'm going to say dollar if my message.sender is going to be equals to user question mark, it's going to be equals to bg sign 200, else it is going to be equals to bg sign 100. And it's going to be equals to self start over here. This is going to be equals to self end. Okay, as you can see, that's looking fine. Some padding is required, so let's look into that. For the scroll view, I'm going to say class name, some flex of 1, and some internal spacing, padding of 4. Okay, that's looking pretty good. Apart from that, we're going to give, content container style. So content container style, I'm going to say padding bottom. So padding bottom of 20. All right, that's looking fine. So yeah, this part is done. So we have essentially completed designing this. We just need to test it out. Okay. So if at all it's loading, we need to show the loading indicator as well to the user. So right below this condition, that is right below your messages, we're going to show the loading. So minimize this for a bit, and here we're going to write the condition. Here I'm going to say if is loading is true, and I'm going to say view and I'm gonna have in my activity indicator, import that from React Native as such. Okay, here I'm gonna say size is gonna be equals to large. Okay, color is gonna be equals to 1E90FF, and we're gonna have a text over here which shows class name. I mean, this is gonna show fetching suggestions, so fetching suggestions. Here let's have in the class name being given, that's going to be equals to text gray of 600 and then a margin top of 2. Okay, let's have in a view over here. This in turn is going to say flex item center and a margin top of 4. Format once and then let's try to save. So hopefully we have set the east loading and all, so let's give that a try. Yeah, east loading is set to true, and once everything is completed in the finally block, we are setting it to be false. So this essentially should work properly fine. I need to add in my API key. I'm gonna paste it over here and then I'm gonna give this a try. Alright, so I've added my API key, so let's give this a try. So I'm gonna use the suggestions itself. I'm just gonna say suggest a casual outfit for a coffee date and send. Okay, nothing seems to happen. Let's look into that. Where is the send button? Yeah, probably we haven't given the handle send to the touchable opacity. That's the reason it's not working. So on press, it's going to say handle send. And I'm going to say disabled if is loading is true. Format and then let's try to save. Let's say send. Okay, so we do have error. It says sorry, I couldn't get suggestions. Try again. Error is going to be OpenAI API key doesn't exist. Okay, that's weird. Let's look into that one more time. Somewhere I've made a mistake. Okay, this doesn't exist. Okay, so we're getting issue related to this one, saved outputs of undefined. Let's look into that. Home screen. Let's try to add an optional chaining because for some reason, yeah, let's comment it out for now. Let's comment this out for now because this is with respect to this data coming from your new outfit screen, and after that we're going to solve that. So let's come back to AI suggestions. I'm going to say suggest a casual outfit for a coffee date, send, and boom, there you go, fetching suggestions. Let's wait for some time, and there you go, finally it has given us all the suggestions. So it says for a cozy yet stylish coffee date, consider the following ensemble, that is a top, your bottoms, these are the outerwear, a casual denim jacket for an added, and it is given the required Levi's pant as well as the link for your top. Okay, you can actually check out the next one as well. Let's say best party outfit for tonight. I'm going to say send. There you go, fetching suggestions. And there you go. This is the data it's given. Outfit and then shoes as well as the bag. And it is also given us the links over here as well. Okay, so this is done in a very simple and easy manner, which is okay. So you have finished designing your AI fashion assistant in a simple way. That is this particular screen. So now the one final step is, once you press on your AI outfit maker, we need to navigate to that particular screen, that is AI outfit, and based on whatever occasion or your input or your additional prompt the user gives, if at all in the backend we do have that dresses stored, and if at all the user presses on make outfits, we need to be showing those particular outfits as the outfit suggestions. That's what we're going to implement next. First of all, we're going to store all of those as embeddings, and we're going to make use of something known as a smart search. And once we do that, if at all it matches the user query, then we're going to return those particular dresses just below this. So we're going to implement that as the next part, and that is the final part in the project, that is AI outfit screen. So let's try to create a new screen known as AI outfit screen. So now let's try to initialize a new screen that is known as your AI outfit maker. So I'm going to say AI outfit maker.tsx. So rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so let's include this within your tab navigator or the root navigator. Here, this is going to be the final screen for the application, that is AI outfit. Okay, save. Let's come back to your home screen over here and let's check out the data. That is what exactly is the name. So in this case, it is going to be AI outfit. It is correct itself. So let's minimize this and then press on the AI outfit maker. Okay, so we are still going into the the AI assistant itself, even though the screen is AI outfit. So that's weird. Let's look into that. Let's come back to your map part where we are, mapping and showing over here. So yeah, as you can see, we have given feature.screen, but it is not navigating AI outfit. Is that the correct spelling? Yeah, it is the correct spelling, but okay, my bad. The component is not changed. That's the reason it's showing that. It's going to be AI outfit maker. Import that over here. I'm going to say import AI outfit maker from screens / AI outfit maker. Save. Okay, now it should work. And there you go. So we're coming correctly to your AI outfit maker. Okay, so let's come back over here and let's start designing this. This should look essentially something like this. Okay, so first of all, let's look into the design part. After that, we're going to implement the backend as well as the AI querying part over here. So here initially, as usual, let's get in the states required. I'm going to say const query comma set query. It's going to be equals to use state and initially pointing to be empty string. Okay, furthermore, I'm going to say const extra prompt comma set extra prompt is going to be equals to use state. I'm going to say none over here initially, or yeah, not for this. Initially this is going to be again empty string itself. The next one is going to be occasion. I'm going to say const occasion comma set occasion. It's going to be equals to use state and initially none. Then I'm going to say const your outfits comma set outfits. It's going to be equals to use state initially of an empty array over here. Next one is for your loading state. I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state and initially false. For your error, I'm going to say const error comma set error. It's going to be equals to use state of an initial empty string. The next one is for your model visible. I'm going to say const model visible comma set model visible is going to be equals to use state initially false over here. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to get started with your save area view. That is a design part. So save area view, use that over here as well, and let's pass on the class name. This is gonna have a flex of 1 bg of white. Okay, that's being applied correctly. Let's have in a view over here. Within that, touchable opacity, and below that we're gonna have your iron icons. So let's get it from any of the other screens. And let's add it over here. So it is going to be equals to your chevron back. So I'm going to say chevron back. Okay, as you can see, that's being applied onto the screen. So here we're going to have a text which says outfit suggestions. So I'm going to say outfit suggestions. So format once and then let's try to save. Let's start giving out the style. So class name flex of row, item center, padding x of 4, padding y of 2. Okay, that's looking nice. For your touchable opacity, I'm going to say on press. Let's initialize your navigation over here. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation. So import your use navigation from React navigation, and here we are going to say navigation.goback. Okay, And for your output suggestions, I'm going to say class name over here, text of LG, font of semi-bold, flex of 1, text center, margin right of 6. Let's format and then let's try to save the file. Okay, as you can see, that design is looking nice. So below your view, the next part where this design is essentially going to come up. So I'm going to say scroll view over here. Below this, we're going to have a view. Within that, we're going to have another view. This view in turn is going to have your image. Import image from React Native as such. So I'm just going to paste in the link for the image. I'll be sending that in the description. You can take a look at it. So format once, save. Okay, for some reason we're not able to see. Yeah, now it's coming. Yeah, so now it's coming, which is good. So for the view, I'm going to say class name relative, and below your image we're going to have a view which is going to say text, I am your personal assistant. Or personal AI stylist. Okay, so let's have in a class name over here. So absolute positioning. So minus top of 5, negative value, and then left of 16. BG of white, a border gray of 200, rounded LG, padding X of 2, padding Y of 1. Okay, and for your text, it's going to be a text of XS. So I'm going to say class name text extra small. Okay, that's looking fine, but for some reason it's not seeing onto the screen. So let's pass on the class name over here. I'm going to give it item center. So it comes with the centermost part as well as a empty of 4. As you can see, that is being seen onto the screen, which is looking good. So we're going to have the name of the stylist, that is, just for the design part. So here I'm going to say text, I'm going to say li. Right below that, we're going to have one more text. I'm going to say minimal option 8 to get that dot, as well as I'm going to say timeless. And below that, we're going to have your touchable opacity, which is going to have in a text which says change stylist. So I'm going to say change stylist. So let's pass in the class name for this. This in turn is going to have text of LG, then your font of semi-bold. So font semi-bold, empty of 3. Pass in the class name over here. Text gray of 500, empty of 1. For your touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name empty of 2, BG gray of 200, padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, rounded of full. Okay, that is done. So for your change stylist, I'm going to have in your class name. This in turn is going to have text gray of 700. Okay, text SM, and then a font of medium. Save. As you can see, just like that, our design is looking pretty neat. This part is done. Next, let's get into the output request as well as the input fields. So right below your view over here, I'm going to have in one more view. This view in turn is going to have a text which says outfit request. Okay, so below this, I'm going to have in your touchable opacity. It's going to have your iron icons. Let's get that over here. This is going to say briefcase outline. So here I'm going to say briefcase outline. Wrong spelling. So yeah, that's being shown correctly. Here I'm going to have a text with a condition if my occasions. Okay, I think it's occasions, that is plural, not singular. Okay, my bad. So this is another state. Let me add that over here. Just got confused with that. So here I'm going to say, Here I'm going to say your const occasions is going to be equals to your array of objects, and these are your data. I'll be sending this in the description, or you can pause for a second and then you can write it down. Okay, so some of them are your date, coffee, interview, party. Okay, so here I'm going to map over it. So I'm just going to say occasions, not map, dot find initially for every value within that. I'm going to say if my o dot value is equals to occasion dot your label, or it's going to be select occasion, a hard coded value. As you can see, that's looking good. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, that's looking fine. And we're going to have one more icon over here. That is going to be your chevron down icon. Here I'm going to say chevron down. Save. That's looking good. So for your touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name. This is going to have your flex of row because we want it in a row fashion. Items of center. Okay. Padding y of 3. Border of B. Okay, and then border gray of 200. As you can see, that's looking fine. For your outermost view, some internal spacing, margin top of 6, padding x of 4. That's looking good. So class name over here. So for this, I'm gonna have in text of base. So text base, font of semi bold. That's cool. For this particular text, I'm gonna say class name, ml of 3, some margin left, text of base, and a flex of 1, so it pushes the other icon towards the rightmost part. So this is going to have a size of 20 and color is going to be gray, not black. Save. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So apart from this, the next step is for your query field. That's going to come right below your view. Having a view for that, so I'm going to say view. Here we're going to have your iron icons, so add in that over here. This is going to say shirt outline. So here I'm going to say shirt outline. That's looking fine. Here we're going to have in a text input, placeholder is going to say example first date dinner or a casual vibe. Here I'm going to say value, that is going to be equals to your query, and I'm going to say on change text. This essentially is going to be equals to your set query. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save. Yeah, we're able to see that onto the screen. So we are going to have some class name to this. I'm going to say ml of 3, text base, as well as a flex of 1. For your view, again, we're going to have a flex of row being given over here. I'm going to say flex row, items of center, padding y of 3, border of B, border gray of 200, as well as a empty of 2. Okay, I feel the design should come right below the touchable opacity because it is outside the view. That's the reason padding is not being applied. So as you can see, that's looking cool. So apart from this, we're going to have your additional prompt design. So let's have in that right below the view over here. So over here, I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have a text which says additional prompt. Okay, so here I'm going to have in text input. For this, I'm going to have a placeholder which says add more details. And here I'm going to say optional. So here I'm going to say value is going to be equals to your extra prompt. On change text is going to be equals to set extra prompt. Format once. So yes, apart from this, we're going to have your class name being given for this. I'm going to say border gray of, let's say, 300, rounded of LG, some internal spacing, padding of 3, and then text gray of 700 and a height of 20 as well. Okay, just like that, our design is looking pretty nice. Here I'm going to say class name, I'm going to say empty of 6. For this, let's provide the class name. Here it's going to have, text of base, and then font of semi bold, margin bottom of 2. Yeah, as you can see, that design is looking good. And we are going to have multi-line option being given to this. So multi-line as well as max length is going to be 200. That's it. This part is done. The next step is we're also going to say max characters 300 right below the text input. Here I'm going to say text max, in our case 200 characters. And let's pass on the class name for this. So class name, this is going to have, text gray of 400, text XS empty of 1. As you can see, it's being shown in a small way. That's fine. This part is done. Okay. So next, right below the view, I'm going to have in my design being shown, that is, if at all whatever user is typing, we're just going to say searching for occasion as well as query as well as your extra prompt. So save. So once you type in over here, automatically it's going to be shown over there. So below that, if at all there is any error, show that error over here. I'm going to say error and initialize the text, which is going to show the error. Class name text of 500, and then empty of 4 as well as padding x of 4. This is done. The next step is for your make outfits button. Let's have in your touchable opacity. For that, I'm going to say touchable opacity. Here I'm going to have a text, add in a condition. If it's loading, it should show as searching. So searching, else it should show as make outfits. So have in your touchable opacity, that is, the style for this. So class name. So this is essentially going to have empty of 8, mx of 4, bg black, padding by of 4, rounded of full, items of center. Format once and then save. For your text, have in your class name. Text is going to be white color, so text white over here, font of semi bold, items of center. And there you go. Just like that, our design is looking good. So I'm just going to add in my design because it contains the icon over there. Okay, you can add in your own icon. Save. As you can see, that's looking nice. This part is done. So now let's basically try to implement the endpoint. So the way this works is we're going to have some preloaded data into the backend. That is, we're going to store some outfits and we are going to store it in the form of embeddings, and we're going to do something known as a smart search. Okay, so we're going to make use of something known as cosine similarity, and if at all it is a match, we're going to return those particular outfits based on the user's query. Okay, so that's the reason we installed your Hugging Face inference as well as compute cosine similarity. I'm not sure if that's already installed or initialized. So let's check that out. Yeah, that's the reason we installed these two things. Okay, so let's make use of that. So first step is to populate some data to the backend, that is some outfits based on some queries, like let's say for a date, for an interview, for a party, or for a beach wear, something like that. And for each of them, we're going to have in a image being shown. So let's implement that over here first within the backend file over here. So here I'm going to have in my function known as seed data is going to be equals to a sync function. Here I'm going to have in my try catch block. So try catch of error. Okay, so here let's try to log the error. I'm going to say console.log data. I'm just going to say, not data, I'm going to say seeding failed. And I'm going to say error over here. that's it. So within your try block, first of all, let's try to count the documents from the outfit collection. So if you remember, I hope we do have the outfit. Yeah, so this is the part where we're going to use this particular model. Let's try to import this to the main file over here. Saved outfit is imported. Let's import outfit. I'm going to say import outfit from your models / outfit.js. Yeah, no issues. Let's make use of this. So the first step is to actually count the outfits. So for that, I'm going to say const count is going to be equals to await outfit dot. We have the count documents function. Let's make use of that. Here I'm going to say if my count is equals to 0. Here I'm going to have in all of my outfits being passed. Okay, so I'm just going to paste in the code over here. I'll be sending all of this details. So along with this, you can actually make around, let's say 10 to 20 outfits, and then you can try it out. So for now, we are going to try with 5 outfits. So these are the occasions for a date, for a coffee date, for an interview, as well as for a beach. We also have the items to wear, and this particular image is basically from obviously Pinterest, and it contains all of these details, that is in a combination of dresses that you can wear. So these are the suggestions that we're going to show once the query matches our embeddings, right? So let's minimize this. These are the outfits. I'll be sending this in the description. You can take a look at it and you can use it. Here, let's make use of the for loop. I'm going to say for const outfit of your outfits over here. I'm going to say const text is going to be equals to, I'm going to say outfit dot occasion. This is going to be equals to outfit dot style. Next one is your outfit dot items dot join. So I'm going to say dollar outfit dot items dot your join based on a comma. Okay, that's it. Let's try to generate the embedding and store it in the backend. So I'm going to say const embedding is going to be equals to await generate embedding of your text. So let's try to implement this function, that is generate embedding. Let's say over here itself at the top, I'm going to say const generate embedding is going to be equals to async text. Okay, and here I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await, I'm going to say href. So we need to define href initially. So I'm just going to add in my href over here at the top. This is going to contain your API key. So make sure you get in your API key. Okay. So from the Hugging Face, you can get it. So basically, if you would head over to huggingface.com, you can just try to generate your own API key and then you can add it over here. So that's going to be your href reference. So here we're going to say href dot feature extraction. I'm going to say feature extraction. This in turn is going to take in the model. So we're going to pass in sentence transformer all mini LLM LX version 2, L6 version 2. Let's add it over here just like this. Make sure you add in that model, and I'm going to say inputs is going to be of text, and then we're going to directly return the response. I'm going to say return response. So let's continue writing down the C data function. So once you call that generate embedding, the next step is we're going to save it to the backend part. So here we're going to say await new outfit of whatever is there within the outfit, then add in your embedding as well, dot your save. Okay, and here I'm going to say console.log database seeded with outfits.length and outfits. Else over here I'm going to say console.log database already has the outfits. Here I'm going to say console.log database already has the outfits with that particular count as well as your outfits. Okay, this part is done. Even catch is also done. So let's also try to implement the smart search endpoint that we're going to use over here. So let's over here, I'm going to say app dot, it's going to be the get method. I'm going to say smart search. Okay, so this in turn is going to have your async method. So I'm going to say async with the request as well as a response in the callback. Here I'm going to say const query is going to be equals to your request dot query. Here I'm going to say if not of query. Okay, then in this case you can directly return the result. I'm going to say return result dot status of 400 dot JSON with error being query required. Okay, then let's have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. So here let's actually try to send the result. So I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with error being error dot message. Okay, so now within your try block over here, let's try to access the normalize query method. I'm going to say const normalize query is going to be equals to normalize query of query. We need to define that. I'm going to say normalize query of your query. Let's have it over here. I'm going to say const normalized query is going to be equals to, it's going to take in your query, and here we are basically going to try to add in the synonyms, that is whatever the user might add. Okay, you can add in all of these synonyms for now. And here I'm going to say let normalized is going to be equals to your query dot to lowercase okay. Then furthermore, I'm going to make use of object dot keys of all of your synonyms dot apply the for each method of your key. Here I'm going to say normalized is going to be equals to normalized dot replace with respect to this particular regular expression. So basically this code snippet is used to design and simplify for your natural language search, where we can provide some outfit recommendations to the user. So that's what we're doing over here. That's the basic use case. So here I'm going to add in the regular expression over here. So let's try to save the file over here. Okay, so yeah, after initializing that, we're gonna have in your query embedding, that is over here. I'm gonna say const query embedding is gonna be equals to await generate embedding of your normalized query. And I'm gonna say const outfits is gonna be equals to await outfit dot find. Okay, here let's have in the minimum similarity required. I'm going to say const min underscore similarity is going to be equals to your query dot length. If it's greater than 20, then it's going to be equals to 0.3, else I'm going to say 0.4. I'm going to say let's code is going to be equals to your outfits dot map for every item. Here I'm going to say const score is going to be equals to, we're going to make use of the cosine similarity over here. I'm going to say cosine similarity of your query embedding as well as your o dot embedding. And here we are directly going to return yours. So here we are directly going to return your o dot your object, to object as well as your score. Here furthermore we're going to apply the filter method for every item. We're going to return only those which match this condition. So o dot score should be greater than or equal to your min similarity, and we're going to sort as well. So a comma b, so b dot score minus your a dot score. Okay, so basically this code snippet actually calculates a cosine similarity between your query as well as your outfit embeddings, and we're going to add that similarity score to the outfit object. Okay, that's what we're doing over here at this point, and we're going to also filter out with a score lower than the threshold, that is essentially kept to be 20 over here. Okay, and we're going to sort results in basically your descending order. So basically the next step is the fallback part, that is if no high similarity output is found, we're going to use some simple keyword matching across your location, style as well as the items. So let's try to implement that over here. So I'm going to check if my scored dot your length is going to be equals to 0, and I'm going to say const query items is going to be equals to normalized query dot split based on an empty string. So here I'm going to say scored is going to be equals to outfits dot apply the filter method. So for each item over there, I'm going to say query items dot apply your sum method, and for each term I'm going to have in my conditions being passed over here, that is your o.occasion.lowercase should include the term, or your style should include the term, or your items data should include that particular term. That is, just like this. Let's format once. And furthermore, let's also try to map over here. So for every object or item, I'm gonna return this particular data, that is your item dot to object as well as your score, that's going to be 0.1. Okay, so you can take a look at it. Let's format once over here, save. So yeah, this part is done. So once this is done, let's try to just send the result in the front end part. I'm going to say result dot json of scored dot slice of 0,5. So all the details would be stored over here. Just send the items with the help of slice method. So let's try to save. So on the listen method, we're gonna call the seed function for now. Else, okay, I think this is not used. Normalized query. Let's look into that. For some reason, it is not getting used. Some spelling mistake, I guess. I think it's normalize query. Hopefully it should take up that function. Save. Yeah, now it's taking that up. So yeah, let's actually try to call the function that is seed data. You can actually try a way to directly import the CSV file within your backend. So for now, let's try to call it in the listen method. Initialize that over here, and I'm gonna add it to the bottommost part. Okay, so right below this, I'm gonna say seed data. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so we do have an issue. It says new outfit is not defined. Okay, so let's look into that. Where exactly is that issue? So yeah, there is no space between new and outfit because that's our model name. So let's try to give this one more try. Save the file. Okay, so we did not get any kind of, because we should have seen this one, that is database seeded with outputs.length. Let's try to save one more time. Okay, let's check out the backend once. I'm going to sign in over here. Oh, okay, only one is getting added. So there you go, embeddings array is filled. Okay, this is your embeddings array, and we do have the casual, but for some reason we are not able to see all of the other outfits that we have. So essentially all the 5 should be added, but only one is getting added. That is kind of weird. So let's look into that issue, why exactly it's not working within your for loop. Okay, so it says database already has 1 outfits now. So let's look into that. Okay, I think the first outfit got added. After that, it is not working fine. So that's the reason, obviously, if count is equal to 0, it would not add. So I'm going to, manually delete it over here. And then let's try it out one more time. Let's see what exactly happens. So delete that, come back over here, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, hopefully now it should be added. Let's give this one more try. So come back over here and then again choose the outfits. We should be seeing 4 or 5 outfits, and there you go. So we do have all of the outfits being present: formal, casual, elegant, and then again casual. Okay, so let's actually check out our data once. So essentially it should have added all of these details. So let's check if at all the data is correct over here. Okay, so it says database already has 4 outfits. So for some reason it's not working fine, because it should actually have 5, because we have 5, data present over here. So let's give one more try, and let's actually try out with 4 itself. If it doesn't work, I'm going to delete the entire collection. So drop it. So now I'm able to see all the 5 outfits being added. So I was being pretty fast, and then I was hoping it would be quick. So after the first 2 or 3 got added, it took around, let's say, 10 seconds, and then now I'm able to see it. So it's working fine. You can actually check out in the backend as well. And there you go. We have 5 outfits. It is being added correctly fine. So just wait for around a minute or 2, and then it should be working fine. Okay. Let's make it to this, and let's complete this function within your AI outfit maker. And we're going to first of all define the handle search over here. So let's come back to AI outfit maker.tsx right over here. I'm going to say const handle search is going to be equals to your async method. This in turn is going to have in a condition that if not of query dot trim and not of extra prompt dot trim and occasion is equals to none. Then in this case, I'm going to say set error, please enter a query or select a occasion. And then I'm just going to directly return from the function. So return. Okay, I'm going to say set loading to be of true. Furthermore, set error to be of null. Here have in your try catch block. So try catch of error. I'm going to say console.log error with that particular error message, and then set error to be of failed to fetch outfits. Please try again. Within your try block over here, let's set the error to be empty, not null, empty string. Here I'm going to say let your search query is going to be equals to your query.trim or extra prompt dot trim. Here I'm going to check if not of search query dot to lowercase dot includes of your occasion and if your occasion is going to be equals to none, then this is going to be your search query. So search query is going to be equals to dollar occasion dollar search query. So dollar search query dot trim. Okay, you can actually log the query as well. So let's initialize the response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot your get method. Here I'm going to say http localhost 3000 / smart search question mark your query. So query, let's write that correctly. So query, oh my god, okay, is going to be equals to dollar. I'm going to say encode URI component and pass in your search query over here. Okay, and then directly say set your outfits to be of the response.data. And finally, I'm going to say set your loading to be of false. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. Let's actually, finish designing the list over here, and let's also design the model as well to open up the occasion thing. Let's try to initialize React Native model over here. I'm going to say yarn add React Native model, enter. So I'm just going to add in the design for the model over here. Let's say over here, make sure to import model from React Native model. Here I'm going to say import model from React Native model. Okay, that's it for now. So for your select occasion, we need to give in the on press. So let's give that. So I'm going to say on press set model visible to be of true. That is this one. So on press, take in a function, and here I'm going to say set model visible to be of true. And let's actually write down the function that is select occasion. Over here I'm going to say const select occasion is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the value, set occasion to be of that value, and here I'm going to say set model visible to be of false. Let's give that a try, save, and there you go, we're able to see all of the occasions. Let's press on date, that's getting selected, interview, it is getting selected. Okay, that's it. So now let's try to design the block where once the outfits are going to be shown, we're going to show the design for that. Okay, so right below your error block, here I'm going to say, yeah, we do have the button. So below the button, I'm going to say if at all loading is true, and here I'm going to say a text which is going to say searching outfits. Let's pass on the class name for the text over here. So I'm going to say class name, it's going to be text center, text gray. So I'm going to say text gray of 500 as well as empty of 6. Save. Okay, so here I'm going to say if not of loading, and we do have the outfits, I'm going to say outfits.length is greater than 0. Then in this case, I'm going to say and render a view for this. This view in turn is going to have a text which says suggested outfits. So I'm going to say suggested outfits. Let's pass on the class name for this. So class name initially, text LG, font to semi bold, and then a margin bottom of 3. For the view, I'm going to say some internal spacing empty6, px of 4. Below that, let's map over your outfits and then show the design over here. I'm going to say outfits dot map. So for every outfit, let's try to render something that is a view itself. So key is going to be equals to your outfit dot underscore id. Here this in turn is going to have a view, which in turn is going to have your image. Pass on the source for this, which in turn is going to take in the URI. that's going to be equals to outfit.image. Let's pass on the class name for this. Okay, here it's going to be width of 3 by 4, height of 72, and I'm going to say some internal styling, aspect ratio of 0.75, and I'm also going to say resize mode as contain. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. So yeah, below that we're going to have all of your item details as well as the like details. I'm just going to enter the design for that. Okay, you can just take a look at it. So for the outermost view, there is design that is flex of row. I'm going to say class name, not flex of row, just a flex container. I'm going to say flex over here, as well as items of center. Okay, so this part is done, and these are the styles for all of the details as well as the touchable opacity. You can take a look at it. Okay, and finally the final design is going to come over here, that is if not of loading and if your outfits dot length is equals to 0, then there is no match found. And here also I'm going to check if your query is, if your query or your extra prompt or your, not over here. Okay, let's write that properly. If your location is going to be, it's not equals to none. Here I'm going to say and having a text which is going to say no outfits match your search. Let's give a format once over here. Let's pass on the class name for this. It's going to have a text center and a text gray of 400. So text center, text gray of 400, empty of 6. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, that's it. Let's actually give this a try. This is the final part. I'm going to say interview over here or a date. Here I'm going to say give me a outfit for my date. Let's check if at all we have entered the correct port name, that is 3000 in our case. So index.js, yeah, it is 3000. So let's come back over here. So outfit maker, and I'm going to press on make outfits. Okay, for some reason, yeah, we haven't given the on press to your make outfits button. So let's give that. It is going to be equals to handle search. So here I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to handle search. Save. So let's press on make outfits. So there you go, searching outfits. Okay, so there is an issue. It says failed to fetch outfits. Please try again. So Axios failed. So Axios error request failed with status code 500. Okay, let's look into that. Yeah, so there is some issue. Let's sort that out. Error is not defined. Come back to index.js. Search for your smart search. And yeah, it should be error.message. Let's give this one more try. Hopefully we should be able to get this working. Come back to outfit maker. I'm going to say date. So I'm going to say give me a outfit for my date. I'm going to say make outfits, searching outfits. Okay, so we do have an issue. So it's not working as expected. Yeah, so still we are getting that network error, I guess. So let's come back to your AI outfit maker over here. And let us search for, let's look into the function. Error fetching outfits. Let's see what exactly is the error over here. Let's format once and then let's give it one more try. I'm going to say make outfits. Okay, so there is an issue. Yeah, over here there is no issues in the backend part, but over here we do have an issue. So the URL is going to be http localhost 3000. That's correct. Then again your / your smart search. Okay, even that is correct, I guess. Let's check out the correct endpoint once. Yeah, / smart search. So I think I know where exactly the issue is. I think I forgot to import the cosine similarity. That's the reason it's not working. Okay, so as you can see, we have used it over here, but it is not imported. So let's add that over here. Save the file. Let's come back. Let's give this one more try. I'm gonna set it as date. I'm gonna say give me a outfit for my date. I'm gonna say make outfits, and boom, just like that, it has given us 2 outfits. Okay, as you can see, these are the suggested outfits based on the backend we have, and it has given us the white flared pants, sandals, sunglasses along with the dresses. You can take a look at it, and these are your second outfit for the date. That is white linen shirt and dark jeans as well as the loafers. So you can actually add in your own items corresponding to that particular image. As of now, whatever data is there in the backend, that is coming over here. Okay, so this is working absolutely fine. So just make sure you import this. That's the reason it was not working earlier and we were getting the Axios network error. So just try to add in that over here, and let's try to give this one more try. I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to say select occasion as interview. Here I'm going to say give me a outfit for my interview. Make outfits, and there you go, boom. So this is the outfit for your interview: light blue shirt, white like jeans, as well as a silver wristwatch, and this is the formal attire that's they've given. Okay, let's give this one more try. I'm going to say, let's say beach or a party. Okay, you can add in one more kind of option over here to the AI outfit maker, as in your label. I'm going to say beach over here, and here I'm going to say beach. Let's choose a beach. I'm going to say give me an outfit for my beach day, something like this, and then make outfit, and boom, just like that, it's working fine. So it's basically a brown t-shirt, beach shorts, as well as your sunglasses. Okay, so that's how you're gonna implement the AI outfit maker, and it's gonna give you suggestions based on a simple query that the user writes. Okay, so yes, that's it about this entire project. So we basically learned about how to create outfits and store it for that particular day in the backend as well, and you can add in as many outfits as you can. So we have just started with a bunch of outfits, and you can also add in as many as outfits for the AI outfit maker. For now, we just tested with 5 products. Okay, this part is done, and we also implemented the AI suggestions, which would give you suggestions based on whatever you ask in a simple and easy way. So yes, that's it about this project. If you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content, and let's see you in the next project, and then thank you for watching.